Very much, everyone. Thank you, all of us, for being here with us today. I'm just going to say a few words to welcome you here and to say that, first of all, because I consider this important, I just wanted to say that I'm going to speak in Spanish, and as I will be speaking in Spanish, and so will other people, just there on the side of the room, you will have the transmitters you need in order to listen to the English interpretation.
Sí, me dicen que es el canal 2 para la traducción.
It's channel 2 for the English interpretation. I hope that you can hear me okay. Well, first of all, I would like to thank CIDOB for bringing this very interesting event to us. We've been collaborating for many years as representatives of the EU with CIDOB, and it's always a pleasure to welcome such interesting people to talk about a highly relevant topic. I don't need to say this because it's clear when we speak about Russia and about the countries around it, we're talking about our neighbors. Not only are we talking about very important players from a geopolitical stance, but also about our neighbors, as I've said. So from an EU perspective, this is very important. Today we'll have very interesting discussions that include everything that has to do with Belarus, Ukraine, the Eastern Partnership, which for us is also crucial, and we'll have very important speakers with us as European Commission, as European Union. It is a pleasure to receive Michael Sivert, to have him with us, representative of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much for being here with us. And without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues here on the table today. So thank you very much. Welcome to this venue, which is the home for all of you, and I hope you have a very interesting discussion on these topics. And for those of you following us on streaming, welcome. Thank you very much, Lucas, as well as all the representatives of the European Commission in Spain. It is a pleasure to be here with you in this room, and thank you for welcoming us here. We are headquartered in Barcelona, and every time you organize activities in Madrid, it's really grateful to know that we have your doors open to us. So for us, there has been a long tradition in the organization of seminars of experts, meetings of experts, but also meetings for the larger audience, people interested in knowing what happens with our neighbors. They may seem to be far from Spain, but in any case, they are very close because of the impact that it has on European affairs, without a doubt, but also in national affairs. And so we have to make an effort in Spain to try and understand, just like a Baltic country has also to know that we share neighbors. The eastern and southern neighbors are players which are important for energy, for migration, for many other affairs. So it's very important to take into consideration that we are all neighbors, and this is our neighborhood. And normally we tend to look to the south because of our tradition, But CIDOB has always had his eyes on the East, on the role of Russia, on the relationships between the EU and Russia, the Eastern Partnership. All of those things are things that are very important to us. We've had over 10 meetings with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung organization that's always given us their support, and so they have the advantage of the knowledge, history, a very long experience there, but also in CIDOB because of the seminars that we've hosted, but also because of the works that we have published on this topic, and with Carmen Claudine, the Master of Ceremonies here today, that has managed to organize this session. And it is very important, and with this I conclude, not just to talk about the region with experts that know the region well, but also it's important to talk with experts that have been in the region or that have been members of the political community in the region that have come from Ukraine, from Belarus, from many other countries to share first-hand experiences. And so I think this is the value added of this, the added value of this initiative. So not only are we talking about an area of vital interest for Russia, but we're also speaking about people who know the reality very well because they live in those areas. And that always adds quality to the discussions and knowledge to the discussions that otherwise would be impossible. So to conclude, I would like to thank again the representatives of the Commission here, also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who's also supporting this event, as well as supporting many other activities of CIDOB. And thank you to Rodriguez Muro, who will come to be with us at the end of this session. And last but not least, thank you to Maria and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation and their office in Madrid for the constant support and for considering that the discussions that we're going to have today are of importance to us all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. On behalf of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Foundation in Spain, I would like to welcome you all. To those of you here present in this room, but also welcome to everyone who's following us through the YouTube channel, through the EU Representation YouTube channel in Spain. I would like to say that Lucia Rurup, the director, was not able to be here today. She had to travel to Berlin. It is a pleasure, nevertheless, to be here, and I take deeply those words because this is the first conference that we have face-to-face since November 2019. So once again, it's a real pleasure to be in this room, to be able to see you face-to-face here, and to be lucky enough to exchange opinions live, we could say. So I would like to thank the representation of the European Commission here in Spain for welcoming us here again in their home and for allowing this debate to also be followed in 2 languages through streaming. And I would also like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation that is supporting this initiative, obviously, and Carmen Claudine. Thank you, because for many years she's been our guide for any events that have to do with the post-Soviet space. And thank you for helping us organizing this meeting. Also, Ana Brul, Cristina Serrano, Esther Mas-Glans, and my colleague from GES Madrid, Susan Chill. I also need to thank the participants here today, especially those that have traveled from abroad in these uncertain times. And thank you to the public, to the audience here today. Rather than going to the topics of the conference, I'd like to focus on the objectives, on the goals of this conference. Many of them have already been highlighted by Paul Marias in his presentation. The conference that brings us together, that we have said, living in the area of vital interest for Russia, is part of more specific meetings on this region that we have organized systematically with CIDOB since 2014. It was at that time that the events in Ukraine and that continue to happen in Ukraine were part of the media coverage of our country. However, at the same time, there was a large confusion on the narrative and the explanations given on those events and their impact in Europe. Our diagnosis, our joint diagnosis, was that we needed to better understand what was happening, but at the same time, we lacked the tools to do so. And in that sense, our main goal was and continues to be bringing the reality of that area, of that region, closer to the public audience, Spanish audience, so they knew which were the desires, the expectations, and the dynamics of those societies. And that's why it's of special interest for us to bring together not just experts on the region, but experts from the region. I think thanks to the panelists here today, I'm sure this goal will be greatly fulfilled. Getting closer to that region is also key for us, the think tanks, for better understanding, better political proposals, and better strategic proposals. And in this sense, we hope that today's conference will, in a humble manner, provide interesting topics of discussion for the Eastern Partnership Summit that will take place in December. That's everything I wanted to share with you today. Once again, thank you very much to all of you for being here or for following us. And I have great expectations for today's meetings. Thank you very much. Well, let's move on to the next session then.
Я вас не впізнав. Будете багато. Sorry. Yeah.
Bien, hola a todo el mundo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with us. Before I introduce you to the speakers of this panel, I would like to better explain the title of this meeting, because its title, it's the linking thread for the whole duration of the meeting. As you know, area of vital interest is in inverted commas. Obviously, this is not our idea. What this presents or conveys is an idea that is expressed as such. It's a dominant idea of Kremlin's narrative and of the Russian cultural and political elite that constantly say that their neighboring countries in Eastern Europe, former Soviet republics, that those countries are part of their area of vital interest for Russia. Vital interest is a very strong sentence. It doesn't talk about core interest or important interest. It talks about vital interest, which means that's a lot at stake. The issue is, what does that mean? What is the specific impact that this has on the policies and on the country's development? If we are the subject of vital interest of a huge neighbor, what are the implications that has on our ability to fully develop unconditionally what should be the full sovereignty of a country, an independent country. Therefore, this is the background of the analysis for the discussions in the meeting here today, and that's what the panelists in this panel and in the next panels will try to explain, talk about the specificities that are increasingly more diverse in each country. Eastern Europe countries, as they will explain themselves and as you will be able to hear from them, they are no longer a homogeneous bloc. Their Soviet past is not the foundations that explain their subsequent development. And so without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to the speakers of this panel. We'll start Pavel Slunkin. Pavel is a diplomat, a young diplomat from Belarus. Currently, and due to obvious reasons, he had to leave Belarus. He lives in Ukraine, which is the country that has given him shelter. He is a visiting fellow at the European Council of Foreign Relations, the ECFR, and he's someone who works as an analyst currently on everything that has to do with the situation in Belarus and what that involves for EU's security. Pavel has participated also in the Minsk negotiations, which aim to prepare the agreements that were reached with Ukraine in Minsk. Then we'll have Pavel Klimkin. He is very well known in this area and very well known in his country. He's been the Ministry of Foreign Minister, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs up to 2019, and he's been someone who has directly had to manage the exceptional situation that arose in his country when part of the Donbass was taken and when the Crimean Peninsula was taken. Then I'll give the floor to Arkady Moshes, a Russian colleague that's been working for many years in the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Arkady is a doctor of history by the Academy of Sciences of Russia. He's one of the best well-known experts on the region. So without further ado, I'm going to give the floor to Pavel first. The floor is yours, Pavel. Thank you very much. Good morning.
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. Tengo 10 minutos.
I have 10 minutes. Well, thank you very much for participating.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
It is really an honor for me to come here to talk about my country here in Madrid, in Spain. I will, however, share my remarks in English, and there is simultaneous interpretation provided.
I was thinking about how should I explain the situation in Belarus to the people in Spain, and I obviously understand that they are much less involved and much less follow what is happening in Belarus than Polish or Lithuanians for obvious reasons. Then I just didn't know how to start, and then I thought that it should be a good idea to make such a comparison, just to imagine how would Spain look like if the events that had happened in Belarus last year would happen here. So let's just imagine that we should have elections in Spain, and the current leader of the country has a very, very minimum support from people. And his opponents are very popular among the population because the people in your country won't change. But despite of this, he decides to arrest all his opponents before this election starts. And only he allows to participate in the elections only a housewife, just for maybe reasons of fun, just to make fun of her, like a lady without any political experience, a wife of a political prisoner, of a potential candidate for the presidency. But despite that this housewife was having no political experience, she becomes extremely popular in the country just because people want change and they are ready to support her just to show their protest against the current president. But elections come and then the official results are announced and they say that the current president, let it be Pedro Sanchez in your in Spain, is announced that he has 80%, though all the polls show that he collected no more than 20. People are irritated, people are in despair, they go on streets. They go, around 5 million Spaniards go on streets to protest the results with peaceful methods. And they are being beaten and arrested. In 1 year after the elections, more than 200,000 of people would pass through prisons. You would have 5,000 political prisoners, and more than 2 million of Spaniards would have to flee the country just because of the political persecution. El País, El Mundo, La Vanguardia, all other independent mass media are called extremists, and they are banned in the country. You only have a state media that is calling to hang on trees all those who are discontent with the government, who are criticizing it. So this is what happened in Belarus. This is how Belarusians now live in their own country. I was one of those who had to flee the country, and Carmen already mentioned this. But even despite that, we don't see political, that we don't have, that we don't see people on streets protesting. This doesn't mean that the political crisis ended in Belarus. We still we have the situation of a political stalemate when Lukashenko keeps controlling the situation, keeps controlling the security forces and all this police and also the government structures, but he's very, very unpopular among the own population. So he has to use only repressive methods to keep controlling the country. He can't and he is not able to stop repression just because he understands that if he does this, this would mean that people once again try to protest and maybe he would be overthrown. So he doesn't have this alternative. He just has to arrest people just to keep his power. According to the polls that are prohibited in the country, but thanks to Chatham House, who gives us a good source of information, but these polls, they are made online, we see that Lukashenko is having around 20, 25, 30%, not more, and his electorate is quite monolithic. But around 60%, 65% of Belarusians, they want him to leave. And he also knows these numbers. That's why he can't, I already mentioned it, he can't stop repressing his own people. And this blocks his way for a balanced foreign politics, which he has been practicing for several years before, just to balance, after the Crimea annexation, just to balance Russia's influence in the country and Belarusian dependence on Moscow. Now the Western flank of the foreign politics is cut off, and he's increasingly becoming more and more dependent on Russia. But when we talk about Belarus-Russia relations, we should understand that they don't work so easily that Putin says something and Lukashenko just does what Putin wants. They both are autocrats, and as all autocrats, they want their own power. But the problem for Lukashenko is that Putin wants having more power in Belarus even than he's having now. And Lukashenko, of course, wants to keep his own absolute power in the country. And this is where disagreements come. The two countries have been discussing these integration processes of the union state. We have a union state between Russia and Belarus for years with no result. And even now, when Lukashenko is so weak, we don't have any, almost any. Just because Lukashenko understands that if he will be starting giving up his power to someone, it doesn't matter, to political opponents in the country or to some Western politicians or to Putin, it doesn't change something for him, because he would lose his power. And that's why he is very assertive also in the relations with Russia's president. The situation is becoming even more difficult for him because of the economic sanctions that are imposed by the Western capitals, by the European Union, by the United States of America, and other Western countries that also participate in this economic sanctions process. But economy keeps being stable at the moment of Belarus. It should be also because economic sanctions hasn't yet functioned. They have loopholes that give this time for Lukashenko to adopt to them. They will start functioning around next year. So they have this option that the sanction will come in power only when the current contracts end, and this means that the current contracts they can last 1 year or two even years. So this means that Lukashenko will have this time to adopt better for the situation. Okay. But this could be, I mean, the economic sanctions is perhaps one of, or even the only leverage that the European Union and the Western countries have. They haven't created, and they didn't have a chance to create a real leverage inside the country like Russia, which has good economic ties with Belarus. Also, Russia is the most popular country among Belarusians, most supported. The Belarusians still see Russia and Russian citizens as their allies. But now, in the situation of the political crisis, the EU can only use this economic sanctions instrument. And this would mean that if the sanctions are really very tough and harsh, this would mean that Belarusian economy would suffer a lot. And it is not sustainable without support from Russia. And this would mean that Putin will have to pay the prices of Russian action, of Belarusian actions, of Lukashenko's actions, with his own funds. And here we see like the possible potential for increasing the leverage of the European Union. If this price for Putin would become extremely high, if it would count 5 or 50 billion dollars per year, not like 3 or 5 billion dollars per year now, this would mean that he would measure what does he have from Lukashenko and what price should he pay for him and for his actions. And in this situation, he, I think, and Russia would be maybe thinking of a kind of a compromise with the Western capitals on a political transition in the country that Russia could maybe stimulate in some ways. But I should repeat here that we are now very, very far from this situation. And in today's situation, I think that Russia is pretty happy in what is happening in Belarus and with what Lukashenko, how he just cornered himself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Now, Pavlo, you have the floor. We go to Ukraine.
Good morning, everybody. We are in 2021. Let's change last two numbers and get ourselves in 2012. I was that time humble deputy minister in charge of our relations with the European Union and US, but also having just one big goal, maybe more, but one big goal, to wrap up our negotiations on the association agreement between the European Union and us, Ukraine. But if you cast a look on to opinion polls from 2012, you're gonna find out that the NATO support in Ukraine in 2012 was humble 18%. 18. The support for the European Union was around 45%, more or less stable. In a funny way, Mr. Lukashenko was the most popular leader of any foreign country in Ukraine, having 60%, kind of post-socialist, reality. Our military forces and special services were totally infiltrated by the Russians, and so on and so on. The previous reality under Yanukovych wanted actually something which is close now to Lukashenko to escape any sort of fundamental dependence. And in a year and a half from this time, when we wrapped up the negotiations under pressure and blackmail, Yanukovych refused to sign this agreement, and it's how the Maidan started. Now let's get back to 2029. We have very stable, sustainable support for NATO around 55%, between 50 and 55. What is very good and actually quite enlightening, the support for NATO membership has been continuously growing in the east and in the south of the country. Just in 1 year, it's plus 10%, especially among younger people. To be sure, 8% in the east and 10% in the south. We have sustainable support for the EU membership around 70%. 70 plus, 72, dependent on different opinion polls. We after 7 years of war, and you can just imagine that 7 years is more in duration than the Second World War. 75% of Ukrainians don't want any concessions on Donbass or Crimea with Russia and with the Russian president. So fundamentally, difficult discussion, yes, compromises, yes, but no concessions. And if asked whether you could go again to fight if Ukraine is under threat, more than half of Ukrainians clearly say definitely yes. So it's just to show you in a kind of flash mode the fundamental change in mood and mentality in Ukraine in all these 7 years, because actually the Russian president fundamentally created a sort of different sense of decency within the Ukrainian nations. He famously wrote an article a couple of months ago, a kind of imperial manifesto. For me, he even let it translated into Ukrainian and put it onto the Kremlin website. Basically, the sense of this article, we are denied our existence as Ukrainians, as people and Ukrainian nations. We don't exist, according to Putin. In the sense of language, in the sense of our history, the same language, maybe probably some dialects, absolutely the same. I even wrote an article, basically not answering Putin because it does not make sense, but getting to a couple of historical deliberations, and especially we have in the center of Kiev something which is sacred to our hearts. It's the St. Sophia Cathedral, coming from the beginning of the 11th century, sorry. And if you see graffiti around the whole cathedral, started from the 12th century, they are all written in ancient Ukrainian. It's a kind of mind-blowing fact for those who would like to manipulate mythology. But the sense of Ukraine, why Ukraine is so special for Russia. Without Ukraine belonging to a kind of new reincarnation of the Russian Empire, and it's not getting back to the Soviet Union for the Russian elites. They are smart enough to understand it's not going to happen. It's a new reincarnation of the Russian Empire. So fundamentally, it can't exist, mythologically, mentally, without Ukraine. Because Orthodoxy started with Ukraine, with Ukrainian history. The whole history around Eastern Europe started around Kiev and Chernihiv and Pereyaslav. The whole sense of how history was developed and the whole sense of two main Orthodox centers in the 16th centuries. So we all know history too well, but fundamentally in the Russian mythology, any kind of future reality with the values manipulated by mythology can't exist without Ukraine. So my third point, of course, Putin would try anything to swallow Belarus in a kind of strategic way. But if you see again internal opinion polls in Russia, both official and Levada, I don't trust any opinion polls in Russia, but still, as a kind of tendency, just 4%. Yeah, Levada.
You can trust them.
Partly. They are far better than the official ones, but in the sense of methodology, let's not discuss methodology for opinion polls in Russia. But just 4% of people in Russia believe it's a real story for the Russian state building to have Belarus inside. So fundamentally, the majority of Russians believe Belarus is already there. You remember famous Roosevelt point about Samosa, it's his son of a bitch, but our son of a bitch. It's somehow the stance of Putin towards Lukashenko. Slightly different, but still. So fundamentally, after the hangover from the Crimea occupation is over in all opinion polls in Russia, there should be something else in Russian behavior, basically to justify, to sustain this emotional drive towards the empire, and it could be only Ukraine, as you understand. So fundamentally, the whole sense of the Eastern and Central European security is and around Ukraine. The fourth point, 3 minutes, just, I can do it in 2. The fourth point, we're going to discuss the Eastern Partnership and how to change or not to change the EU policy and the Western policy towards Ukraine, of course, we can't get any security guarantees, and it's pretty clear. We are ourselves our security guarantee. At the end of the day, it's pretty clear. But fundamentally, what we need is a different look to security and how we can engage in security bond, not only in purely military sense. It should be fundamentally in the interest of the European Union and the West, because it all gonna rotate around Ukraine. We have, I can't say how many people, but we have millions of people who got through all years of war. We have millions of volunteers who have been helping all this time, basically given their own money. It's something which is unprecedented in Ukrainian history, and we still have all these people. So at the end of the day, it's about us to deliver on our security. We have to get better on military. We have to get better on fighting corruption and good governance. We have some considerable achievements, but unfortunately far from being ideal. But fundamentally, our success should be a core interest of the West. Why? Because it's gonna stabilize the whole reality, and it's gonna narrow down the flexibility of the Putin's maneuver in a very significant way. And he sees, because he understands geopolitics perfectly, or almost perfectly, he sees a kind of window of opportunity right now, because we have changing priorities, we have changing nature of the foreign policy for everyone. So let me probably wrap up here and say that at the end of the day, I believe that the whole security question around Europe gonna concentrate on us. And of course, to change strategies is always sort of a challenge, but we have to be up of this challenge.
Thank you very much, Pablo. So now our last, ahora nuestro.
Now I'll give the floor to our last speaker. Please, Arkady, you have the floor. 10 minutes, please.
Carmen, good morning, everybody. And let me start by thanking the organizers for the opportunity to be here today. What I'm going to argue this morning is the Russian policy towards Ukraine and on Ukraine. I will raise the rationality question, the policy rationality, and I will argue that the Russian policy towards Ukraine has been and remains completely irrational. It's ideological, partly emotional, but it's irrational. And the policy towards Belarus, on the contrary, even current Kremlin's policy on Belarus, on the contrary, is actually a rational choice type of policy. Concerning Ukraine, let me start by quoting my good colleague James Sher, who currently works in Estonia and is still associated with Chatham House, I believe, who once wrote that Russia's goal in Ukraine, or aim in Ukraine, is either to own Ukraine or to wreck it. And this is where I have to add my own kind of conclusion, that it's not able to do either. It is not able to subdue Ukraine, to establish its uncontrollable domination over Ukraine, or destroy it. And my own explanation of why this is the fact is that the Russian policy has been based on wrong analytical assumptions and has been ill-advised. And I'll name 3 of these main assumptions, which I'm sure you know, but nevertheless I'll go through them quickly. One is the assumption which is favorite for Mr. Putin, his beloved one, that Russians and Ukrainians are one people. This is not a Soviet concept, because in the Soviet Union we were talking about the unity of union of 3 Eastern Slavic nations. Nobody was saying back then that Russians and Ukrainians are one nation, but now we nevertheless have this concept, which leads from one mistake to another, because if it's one nation, how then you can explain that on the Ukrainian side of the front line, the majority of frontline soldiers are speaking Russian as their mother tongue? Because there are reasons for these people to fight for the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine, because they don't feel they are the same nation with Russia. And this is just one example. So this is one mistake. The other mistake, which was more kind of pronounced in the 90s but still has survived, is the lack of understanding that for Ukraine, independence is both absolute and, if you wish, quite applied concept. To be independent means above all to be independent from Russia, because this is how it started. It's not independence in abstract terms. You can be independent and be part of the Euro-Atlantic integration process, but you cannot be independent if you are part of the Soviet reintegration process. And the final mistake, and that's the one which is most pronounced now, is that all Russian analysis is driven by the expectation that Ukraine will collapse. That Ukraine is constantly on the verge of collapse. That it has no other place to go but to return to Russia if it wants to survive. It's really extraordinary that this thinking survives. Because after 30 years of post-Soviet existence, probably people should have questioned the assumption, but they don't want. They believe that either internal political contradictions, or economic difficulties, or social ills will sooner rather than later push Ukraine over the brink. That you need to do just a little bit more, either in terms of buying certain representatives of the Ukrainian elites, or in terms of applying more pressure in the form of Nord Stream 2, for instance, and it's going to be over. And this experiment will be over, and Ukraine will revise what it's been doing in the last 30 years. And by the way, this last point is fundamental in understanding why Russia is not going to make any concessions as regards the conflict in the east of Ukraine. Because people who run Russian policy seem to believe that the historical time is on their side. You just wait, you do a little bit more, and it's going to happen. Was there a theoretical way out of the situation? Of course there was. Because Russia could have approached Ukraine as a potential partner country in the rational way, calculating both security and primarily economic interests and qui pro quos, but offering essentially partnership. That was not done, and as of the moment, it's too late. As of the moment, sadly, as it is, I have to conclude that Ukraine is lost as a partner for Russia. I don't know, forever might be too long a historical term, but for the foreseeable future, for generations probably, for sure. And that's the result of the irrational policy. Compared to that, the policy towards Belarus has been rational and remains rational, and especially what we see in the last 14 months brings this rationality, kind of underlines the rationality. We are and have been afraid that now that Lukashenko is kind of in the corner, he will give up everything and Russia will just impose whatever conditions of the deal that it might want to impose. And that hasn't happened. Let's go through the fact line, although I'm not trying, Pavlo, to undermine your kind of strategic thinking that ideally this is what they would like to do, but this is not what they're doing. What we see is business as usual. Yes, Putin and Lukashenko had 7 meetings since over the last year, but what's tangible there? There is no reunification of the two countries. There is no incorporation of Belarus into Russia. There is no significant increase of Russian military presence in Belarus. There are no new military bases. There is a training center. We need to follow where it's going to grow, but so far it's more of a talk than of a real military enforcement. West 21, quite a minimal exercise as compared even to West 2017 as far as the Belarusian territory is concerned. 28 union programs, well, they used to be called integration maps, and they've been negotiated for 3 years. And what we get in the end, we still even don't know because they've not been published. But what was published, the summary, tells us that these are not particularly significant documents. The basic Treaty of 91 goes much further than the current documents that they're negotiating. There is a very famous program among these 28 is about cooperation in the field of tourism. Of course, this is a great thing. What we understand from the papers is that this is about harmonization of norms rather than unification of norms. This is not a reintegration type of document. Subsidies keep coming. Russia gave Belarus 2 times half a billion dollars over the last year, and 630 million more has been promised. Pro-Russian parties in Belarus have not been allowed to be registered. So Lukashenko remains the only interface for Russia if he wants to deal with Minsk. The whole constitutional project has been fully concentrated in his hands and going under his control. A candidate, Mr. Babaryka, whom many analysts believed would be more to Russia's liking as a candidate, received a hard prison sentence. And Belgazprom Bank, a Russian bank, essentially was raided. And contrary to the original negative reaction, eventually Russia agreed that the Belarusian administration was appointed into a bank. And I could go on. And against that, Lukashenko has not even recognized the Russian annexation of Crimea. So the actual concessions by Lukashenko over the last 14 months have been minimal. Not zero, but absolutely minimal, even as compared with what he was doing at the end of 2000s and immediately after the 2010 protests. So the why question. There are 3 sets of reasons how I explain it. One is that the Lukashenko is the best available leader of Belarus for Russia. Not the best, not ideal, but best available. Because for as long as he is in power, the structural dependence of Belarus on Russia will never be overcome and abandoned. His whole policy over this quarter of a century was exactly about strengthening Belarusian structural dependence on Russia in the economy and cultural sphere, and security as well. And because he will never take the country to the West. And that was day clear even, or should have been day clear, even in the days when we were having the sun warms policy towards Lukashenko. Second set of reasons is because Lukashenko is instrumental, because he is now amplifying Russian message that the regime change or the revolutions and protests are always inspired by the West. Because implicitly what he is doing, all these terrible repressions against the civil society in the country, is a signal to the Russians. This is what's going to happen to you if you decide to protest one day. You will be in jails, beaten, raped, tortured, and nobody is going to come and help you. It's amplifying the Russian message that the West is weak and helpless when it comes to deal with the dictators of that type. Again, read between the lines. And it's a drain on Western resources. Not a particularly big, but still some kind of a drain. So he's instrumental. But finally, it's a different type of argumentation. Russia actually has limited capacity. Contrary to what we're used to think, Russia is not almighty. We've been talking about Ukraine. We can't look at Moldova's case, where the forces which are winning election after election are not pro-Russian forces. We can look at Central Asia, where one set of challenges comes from results from the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the other kind of set of challenges comes from the fact that Russia's allies in Central Asia cannot agree. Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan are on the brink of a conflict between them, which they started several times in the past and might start again. Turkey is challenging Russia in the southern Caucasus. Karabakh issue is unfrozen, and you can go on and on and on. So to start in something big in Belarus, big and problematic, would be difficult, would be a challenge. So it's easier to keep the situation as it is, even if you do not necessarily like every single bit and piece of it. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arkady. I think that was especially illuminating. So please, now we open the floor to you. Raise your questions, raise your hands to the panel. It's all perfectly clear, says Pablo, but I don't think so. I'm sure that there are some questions around. No? Okay, Anna? Wait for the micro.
Hi? Yeah, it works. Anna Bosch from Spain's public broadcaster. My question is your point, from your different standpoints, about whether it was too soon, too late, the partnership, the EU's partnership with Ukraine, and whether the European Union's leaders were sort of naive towards what Putin's reaction would be.
Any other question that we will collect before? Okay, so let's, here another one, please.
Yeah, hello, Pablo González, journalist. Question for Mr. Klimkin, if there are, which can be the alternative for the Minsk agreements, that they are signed from since years ago, but they are not working.
Yes, please.
Yes, I'm Fernando Martinez from National Radio of Spain. I would like to ask about 2008 as a point where we see the recognition of Kosovo as an independent country that seems to be more or less kind of a changing point for the Russian politics towards Western countries, at least. I don't know if, would it be different, the policies from Moscow towards Belarus or Ukraine, if things would have been different in the relations with European Union or Western countries because of the Balkan situation? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fernando. So I propose that, Pablo, you answer the Minsk agreement question. Arkady, please, this last one. Whether the Russian approach would be different after the Kosovo intervention, and if you can answer whether the EU response to the region was too late and not strong enough, right?
Yeah, whether they were naive.
Where they were naive, yes, exactly. Okay, shall we start?
Start with naive.
Yeah.
I think that sometimes, yeah, the EU seems to be naive, but at the same time, I think that sometimes the EU is watching on the region through Russia's eyes. I mean, sometimes we hear a lot about Russia and we don't subjectivize or the countries like Ukraine or Belarus or Georgia or Moldova. Sometimes we pay too much attention to Russia and forget about that we are talking about independent states. This is like maybe my main input here. Talking about naive, I think that sometimes it can be lack of understanding of the processes on the ground. Sometimes you are thinking with you're putting your head on others' shoulders and rationalize that these people would be thinking just like you. But we do live in different realities. Europeans, even neighbors, Belarusian neighbors in my case, like Polish and Lithuanians, they already live in a different reality. They have been part of the European Union for plenty of years. And Belarus just lives in this post-Soviet reality and very much dependent on Russia. And people like those civilizational or society mood processes, they don't develop so fast. That's why I think the EU is doing many more mistakes that it would have been done if it would be understanding better how people think in these countries. So I'm not sure if I answered your question. Thank you.
Yeah, just adding up on the 90s.
It's an important
Yeah, because I believe we have wasted a lot of chances. Definitely us in Ukraine. In 1994, why not to have probably a sort of lighter version of the association agreement for Ukraine? It was difficult to expect from the communist, then post-communist leaders to ask for something with the EU or even with the NATO. But we have wasted on our side these chances, especially in the 90s and in the early 2000s, and the same way the European Union. Because fundamentally, this drive was focused on a kind of phased approach. First, three countries, then, and it's a normal way on how you shape policy in the European Union. It's failed. So fundamentally, the lack of comprehensiveness in political will and U.S. is a different stat. And I believe from 2006, 2007, the famous Putin speech in Munich, fundamentally the Russian elites started concentrating on a completely different approach towards this world. So Putin had a sort of different stance, on how to place Russia. Not, of course, in a friendly stance towards the West, but still it was a different game. From 2006, it was over. And it was strange, fundamentally weird to follow that people, in Brussels kept saying, okay, NATO is a sort of irritation for Putin, but EU maybe less. So sort of fundamental mistake. We basically keep making the same mistake now. Well, on the Minsk agreements would never ever work. And the reason for that is not the problems within the Minsk agreement. The reason for that is the massive passportization in the occupied territory. Now we have up to 700,000 passports, up till the beginning of next year, probably 1 million. Some people basically are forced to get Russian passports, and some people, and you have to be honest about that, simply keep getting them because it's money, it's pensions, it's loyalty, it's health services in Russia. It's a possibility to get a job in Russia, and so on and so on. So even from the point of politics, you can't expect the Russians, no, not the Russians, but people with Russian passports, voting for the people with Russian passports in Ukrainian local elections. You understand what I mean? You can sell it in Ukraine. Not after 7 years of war, but not also somewhere in the future a kind of different option. Yeah, so if you ask me, it should be a transitional period. It's going to be a kind of difficult transitional period with a sort of administration or without administration. It could be a very difficult deal with the Russians. But fundamentally, without this transitional period, the sense that you say, Minsk agreement, it's over. And Putin basically killed the Minsk agreements off with this passportization. He actually, for those who don't understand, Putin issued this famous decree right on the eve of the Zelensky inauguration, 1 month before, basically saying either you deliver or basically it's a kind of different approach. But now, fundamentally, it's a point of no return. There is no way back to Minsk agreement as such. And it's not basically myself trying to break up the whole mantra of the Minsk agreement. It's basically how I see Donbass, and I have a number of projects there.
Thank you, Pavlo. Please, Arkady.
I'll say a couple of sentences on Minsk as well, because it will later help me answer the other question. It's just about learning lessons. Minsk I agreement was giving us some hope. Minsk II agreement killed it. So that was stillborn from day one because of how it's drafted, but not only. but because Minsk II agreement, the philosophy of Minsk II agreements was rewarding the escalation. The side that reignited the conflict in January 2015 got more in February 2015 than it had before it started the escalation. And that's what European diplomats, even if they don't want to speak about that publicly, but they should remember it's a very bad thing, because it drove, let's say, the political analysis also in Russia away from what could have been done to find a realistic compromise. It, on the contrary, strengthened the thinking that you only need to pressure. You might to create another war scare, and the Western diplomats will be there again to help you again to renegotiate the deal, again in your favor. On 2008 in Kosovo. The Kosovo partial recognition played a role in Russia's recognition of independence of South Ossetia and Abkhazia, obviously, no doubt about that. But I don't think that there is actually much of a logical connection between the recognition of Kosovo and Russian policy towards Ukraine post-2014, starting with the annexation of Crimea. Because that policy is developing in a different context. It's primarily Russian obsession of Russian security elites with the possibility of NATO enlargement. So you should go back to the Bucharest summit of NATO, 2008. The message which allegedly Mr. Putin sent, again, I wasn't in the room, none of us was. We don't know if the story is totally apocryphal, but it's never been denied. And this account has been published without being denied, as if Putin said to the Western leaders that there is no such state as Ukraine. There is a mechanical composition of territories partly donated by us and partly belonging to Central Europe. I mean, people, and as I understand, people who were in that room at that moment did not walk out of the room. Same story, they rewarded assertiveness, not the escalation as of yet then. So it made it possible for some people to think that if the push comes to shove, if it's necessary, you can go all the way and no consequences will follow, because the message that Ukraine received, and Georgia for that matter, in 2008 was, of course, at some point you will be members of NATO, but when this some point of time is going to come, nobody knows. And this was wrong type of signaling. And so I would put it into that context, and another proof of that would be you should see what has happened to Crimea since its annexation. I mean, it's often said that under Ukraine, Crimea was a resort, and under Russia, it's a military base. I mean, it might be a bit of an exaggeration because it's also a resort, but the militarization is a reality, and it's not only what is happening, of which we don't know enough, I at least don't know enough, but how people are praising it in Russia, how they're proud to show how much they've actually militarized the area. And that's important. That's important. So it took me long to answer the question, but I think Kosovo was not the trigger. Something else was.
Okay. I think it was very interesting. There is another question over there. Yes?
Hola, buenos días. Soy Carmen Chamorro, directiva de...
Good morning. My name is Carmen Chamorro. Can you hear me? So my name is Carmen Chamorro, executive at the International Correspondent Association. I would like to ask all the speakers at the dais, what are the current status of relations between the NATO and Russia? Thank you.
¿Entre OTAN y Rusia?
NATO and Russia, you mean? Arkady, please.
I don't really follow that closely Russia-NATO relations. I more used to follow Russia-EU relations when there was anything to follow. Well, there is zero relationship. There is a formal relationship, but as we understand, it might come to an end soon, because now that NATO is going to expel another 10 Russian members of Russian delegation, Russia has already indicated yesterday that it might basically put an end to the very fact of exchanging of the formal delegations, which will be a next logical stage. Logical, that's the key word, because what kind of relationship is there? There are lots of treaties, also lots of agreements, including the fundamental one, but they are essentially frozen. And in Russia, NATO is considered to be the main potential security threat to Russia. Not a security partner, but a security threat. Here you go. I mean, I cannot be particularly eloquent on that because I think this is the key thing.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Because then we can close our panel. No? Okay, so thank you very much to, muchas gracias a los panelistas.
I would really like to thank the speakers. You've offered a wealth of information and your analysis regarding the situation on the field, and hopefully this has helped you understand better the dynamics at play. In any case, this is just one piece of the region. We're going to talk about South Caucasus, which is a passionate matter. Thank you very much, everyone.
Let's see, that one's on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Are we ready to start? Okay. We haven't even discussed the batting order, but I was thinking you might go first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, followed by you, followed by George. We should have done this beforehand, of course, but had I been in any way organised. Azu was just saying it was the first, sorry to show you up here, first conference she's been in where we're ahead of time. This is great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, buenos dias. I'm sorry I can't do the introduction in Spanish. I did Russian and Italian at university because my father wanted me to negotiate between the Russian and Italian mafias, which suggests he didn't really love me, but he did. My name is James Nixie. I'm the director of the Russia and Eurasia program at Chatham House, and I will very much try to take on Carmen's excellent example of not speaking too much, and because my panelists are so wonderful, as I know, and because normally, I have to say, when you chair sessions on the South Caucasus, I tend to find that people are sort of talking past each other, and sometimes with outright hostility, in fact. I've been in more than a few sessions where I've had to separate ambassadors of Armenia and Azerbaijan from physically assaulting each other, and certainly with some choice words. I can tell you, having spent a little bit of time with these three panelists, that is not what you're going to get now. And you'll get a more honest analysis of this, I don't know, rather unfortunate region, perhaps, somewhat cursed by geography and by neighbors that seem as unchanging as that geography, perhaps. It doesn't seem to me, however, that the region itself is staying the same. Azerbaijan probably seems monolithic to many of you, but it has radically changed the picture on the ground, of course, in the last war, retaking many of its territories with a slightly shocking muscularity that few of us really expected, perhaps. Armenia lost out in that respect, at least in that sort of physical respect, but it has achieved some stability through revolution and then election, also surprisingly and extraordinarily, perhaps. And then Georgia, poor Georgia, perhaps, because so long an exemplar for a region, getting on for 20 years now since the Rose Revolution, and so long this country we've also set up as this example, as I say, but perhaps sadly backsliding in democratic and liberal terms now, to a really rather frightening degree. So I suppose what I'm saying is that this region is not, progress, if you will, does not seem to be linear, and Russia's not really the only problem here. It's not the only problem in Belarus and Ukraine, of course, but it's certainly not the only problem here. There seem to me plenty of homegrown and self-created problems that I tend to find many people sort of, not these three people, but many people often gloss over, and they excuse the homegrown issues, and they emphasize for Russia, or they emphasize for Russia and they excuse the homegrown, and conveniently forget their own faults. These things are obviously all connected, the homegrown and the external. You can't separate them out as conveniently as I have just done, but just to say, I suppose we are still talking about an area of vital interest for Russia here, so the title is correct, as is the unfinished business, or perhaps even barely started business, I suspect. And this area does seem still unable and unwilling to break free from Russia's grip and from its Soviet legacy, if you like. Russia seems unable to release its ambition for a region as well, which may not be quite as visceral as we've seen in the previous sessions. We see in Belarus and Ukraine, although perhaps Georgia 2008 would dispute that, but nonetheless it's still there. That's a very broad brush. I sort of promised not to speak very much, and I've already broken that promise. So I think we'll do it in this order, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have 10 minutes from Arzu, followed by Guyane, followed by George, if that's okay. You've got the bios here, so I won't repeat people's excellent qualifications here, but believe me, they're really good. Okay, Arzu, over to you.
Thank you. It's really hard to talk about Azerbaijan in such a short time, but in the time that I have, there are two different Azerbaijans that I must tell you about today, or at least try to explain. Azerbaijan before the Second Karabakh War, that happened last year, and Azerbaijan after the war. Until last year, there were other milestones that we journalists, analysts, researchers often use to explain the shifts in domestic and foreign policies of the country. Elections, election violations, marred referendums, corruption scandals, leaks, international sporting events that Azerbaijan continues to host, music competitions, the plight of political prisoners, which we have plenty, silenced journalists, jailed journalists, killed journalists. There's really no lack of issues to describe Azerbaijan. But none of these compare in scale and scope to what we witnessed last year, as Azerbaijan and Armenia fought a 44-day war that took thousands of lives on both sides, leaving countless families, homes, and futures destroyed. The war ended with a ceasefire brokered by Russia, But the conflict remains, and the future of Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as the wider region, is hanging by a thread that is being pulled in different directions by different actors, Russia, Turkey being the heavyweights. And until we see evidence of statements and promises translate into real-life actions, it is impossible to talk of peace and stability as a result. The reason I say this with such certainty is due to a number of factors. The war last year didn't happen in a vacuum, clearly. It was a result of decades-long unaddressed grievances and frustrations that were fueled through heated political rhetoric aimed at sustaining these grievances, further deepening hate and resentments, especially in the context of Azerbaijan. Last year, just a few weeks into the war, I wrote a personal essay on the war and what it meant for us, because I was already covering it in real time, and it really helped me to describe what the war really meant for me as someone who represents the generation of war. I would like to read parts of the story to give you an idea of just how profound the conflict has affected myself and the community I'm part of. We are a generation of war that grew up on stories of friendships we heard from our parents versus the stories of despair, loss, and emptiness of countless of displaced families and refugees. We are a generation of war who grew up on war rhetoric, anger, frustration, and the looming question, when does this war end? For decades, we watched as both sides used and abused this conflict for political gains. Karabakh became an excuse in the hands of the leaders who kept saying that without a solution, Azerbaijan cannot be criticized for lacking democratic values, having scores of political prisoners rot in jail, or egregious human rights violations. At every opportunity, government representatives used the occupation of Karabakh as a token to silence someone too critical of the situation inside the country. Labeling, blaming, shaming is what this never-ending war allowed Azerbaijani leaders to use and do against anyone who put democracy, freedom of the media, and respect for human rights first. Shame on you for not mentioning Karabakh every time you speak or write. Shame on you for not accusing every single Armenian you meet for their crimes committed against Azerbaijan. Shame on you for not being a true patriot, wanting war and nothing but war. War happened after all, changing the fabric of the country as well as the political landscape in the region. The civil society that once advocated for equal rights, freedoms, and respect to human rights in Azerbaijan supported the military intervention. The very same political prisoners who were sentenced in sham trials to lengthy jail sentences even went as far as to support the president himself. Many joined celebrations when news of former Azerbaijani territories that were under occupation since the first war were returned under Azerbaijani control. The atmosphere that I observed in the country during the war was grim. Today, a year after the war, I can say that it is the neglect on behalf of international stakeholders holding the government of Azerbaijan to account for all its unprecedented violations, the failure to establish credible and independent institutions within the country.
Just hang on a second. Thank you.
Thanks. That could have held the government representatives engaged in rights violations or corruption and other egregious actions to account are just a handful of reasons of that grim atmosphere that continues to exist in the country today. The current leadership that took the country, already marred with corruption, economic crisis, rights violations, and deeply affected by the pandemic into the war, has come out of it more emboldened. If there was an election held in Azerbaijan today or tomorrow, the chances of current leadership securing a victory without resorting to the usual toolbox of election fraud, they would win. Because since 1993, and more so since 2003, it is not the values of decency, humanity, and democracy that govern this country, but the logic of fiefdom. The most recent Pandora leaks are a testament to that. $700 million worth of property investments made thanks to a vast network of offshore companies and fronted by a small group of trusted cronies helped Aliyev family accumulate vast real estate holdings in the UK. But this story will soon die, just as all the other groundbreaking investigative stories exposing the leadership of a country that has gotten away with all of it. Or just like all other stories that would dominate the attention of international media during certain events, such as the Eurovision Song Contest Azerbaijan held in 2012, or the unprecedented crackdown that started in 2013 and 2014 against Azerbaijani civil society, or the Formula One race Azerbaijan holds every year since 2016, or even the 10-month judge-led inquiry into cash for votes in favor of Azerbaijan's government at the Council of Europe that plunged the institution into turmoil, with 15 past and former members breaking the code of ethics and suspected of corruption. And of course, the most notorious of these members was Pedro Agramunt, who played a key role in rigging various votes at PASE in favor of Azerbaijan. All of these events, however, were moments in now distant history, while the changes happening in the country were not, laying the foundation for further restrictions, crackdown, and violations. And it was not only happening in physical world. Since 2009, the government of Azerbaijan has aggressively invested in what we call authoritarian technology, or surveillance technology. From black boxes to deep packet inspection technology, to deploying phishing and hacking attacks, as well as blocking and building troll factories, albeit not as big as the ones in Russia. In the report I co-published last month, I detailed the chronology behind the intrusive surveillance technology that the government of Azerbaijan has accumulated over the years. The report also documents the cost of internet shutdown that Azerbaijan experienced last year during the war, when the government decided to pull the plug on access to much of internet in the country for 46 days with one simple justification: to prevent Armenian provocation. We estimated that the Azerbaijani economy suffered a $43 million loss, both indirect and direct, as a result of the internet disruption and shutdowns that we experience. While the world may only hear about Azerbaijan when something happens in the country, the people have to live through the situation every day. This is not to say that every single Azerbaijani citizen is vested in the political DNA of this country. Surely their priorities are rather elsewhere: making a living, finding a decent paid well job, providing for their families. But the sustainability of any of these daily incentives is impossible when there are no strong mechanisms in place to ensure any of the safety nets needed for a society to strive, whether it's access to education, healthcare, professional growth, and so on. And perhaps the war last year really served as a wake-up call to an international audience like yourselves sitting here today, that a country occupying headlines internationally, almost always for all the wrong reasons, was far more troubled, just as the wider region. How am I doing on time?
You got a couple of minutes.
Okay, great. Which brings me to the role of the regional players that I mentioned earlier, Turkey and Russia. On Russia, the relations have been in flux, especially since Moscow played a key role in securing peace deal last year after the war. Azerbaijan may have secured victory as a result of this peace deal brokered by Russia, but the physical presence of Russian troops on the ground, which was something that Azerbaijan didn't have pretty much since independence, really kind of soured the relations further. Aliyev and Putin also disagree on the status of Nagorno-Karabakh. Aliyev is of the opinion that the agreement signed last year ended the fighting and restored Azerbaijan's territorial integrity. Putin, on the other hand, talks about Karabakh and its status as undetermined. But perhaps one of the biggest diplomatic scandals that took place in July of this year really put forward how much influence Russia plays in the region, and specifically in Azerbaijan, when a member of Russian parliament, most of you know him, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, openly challenged Aliyev on the question of Russian peacekeeping forces. He said, and I quote, "Ilham, you will have the territory you want, but no one has a right to look at Russian soldiers with suspicion." He went as far as to say that if America wanted to, it would get rid of Aliyev in 2 weeks, and that only Russia is in the position of saving Aliyev just as they have saved Pashinyan. This may surely not be a crisis yet, but if these disagreements continue, there is a chance that Baku may veto the decision to keep the troops once the current time expires, because the peacekeeping forces are there for the next 5 years. On Turkey, still a few minutes? Just
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. On Turkey, it's been an interesting partnership between the two countries. Obviously, they like to call each other brother nations, very macho. The two countries signed more lucrative economic deals just this week. Basically, the Turkish companies gained more access to ore deposits in Karabakh. And this adds to already significant number of business deals that the Turkish companies and businesses have signed with the government of Azerbaijan. And just one small note that a lot of these businesses operating in Azerbaijan, or that will be starting operating in Azerbaijan, they all are linked to Erdogan, directly or indirectly, because they've been quite popular winning construction bids in Turkey. I'll wrap it up here and looking forward to the Q&A. Thank you.
That's great, Azu. Thank you very much indeed. And you've inspired a couple of questions in me, but I'll hold them back for a second. Although I would be interested, perhaps, if you just begin to think about while the others are speaking. You know, it's a depressing picture, I'm afraid, and a realistic one. I think few would necessarily doubt it, unless they perhaps were from the Aliyev government itself. And I just I'm just trying to work out where the where the openings are, where the possibilities are. It just seems a really tough nut to crack. We've always seen that Belarus perhaps could go in the way that it's done. Moldova has always been, it's always had at least this sort of push me, pull you, swings and roundabouts sort of thing. But that's just not true for Azerbaijan. So I'm wondering, especially since you talked about the decay of civil society, or the sort of the almost appeasement by civil society after the war, then that doesn't seem to be the answer, right? Like it has been in Ukraine. So I'm struggling to find a way in. But can I leave you there for a second? Over to you, Gayan. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you for this very important event. Talking about Eastern Partnership countries, it's really very interesting and important, as Eastern Partnership countries have undergone multiple transformations after the collapse of Soviet Union. However, by and large, Russian influence and continued imperialistic politics brings up various challenges. But if we look at the South Caucasus, and while discussing Russian influence, one of the key considerations should be conflicts of larger interests, not only those of Russia, but also Turkey. Two dictatorships led by unpredictable leaders with expansionist aspirations. What we have at this moment in the region, three autocracies, states with their interest in the Caucasus, Russia, Turkey, and Azerbaijan, and tiny Armenia, a young and very fragile democracy between this, like sandwiched between these autocracies. 2020 was a tragic year for Armenia, the 44-day war in and around Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh, as Armenian name is, which left us with more than 4,000 young lives, around 10,000 injured and disabled young men, more than 20,000 refugees and IDPs. Moreover, there are at least 70 Armenian prisoners of war kept in Azerbaijan after 1 year from the war, who are exposed in inhuman torture on daily basis, and despite the requirements articulated in the resolutions adopted by the European Parliament and the recent one issued by the US Congress, Aliyev's regime refuses to return them to Armenia. Neither the statement appealed by US President Joe Biden that all prisoners of war should be released, nor the urges by President Macron, resolutions by the European Parliament and US Congress, nor the conventions and urgent decisions of the European Court of Human Rights have any effect on these dictators. It was one of the biggest tragedies in the history of our country, with multiple issues behind it, but I will specifically focus on or address two causes which relate to the topic of this conference. To make it clear as to why there are ethno-territorial and other other conflicts in almost all Eastern Partnership countries, we need to go back to the formation of the Soviet Union, when the borders were drawn with no consideration of ethnic, religious, cultural, and historical realms. These were often decisions based on one clear principle: divide and rule. In Armenian case, in our Nagorno-Karabakh conflict began since 1921, when sole decision of Joseph Stalin, historic Armenian territory withstanding Armenian charges since 5th century even back, and precisely 95% Armenian population at the time, never being a disputed territory, was attached to Soviet Azerbaijani as a self-governing region. So Nagorno-Karabakh became a frozen conflict since then, which would burst out and become the bloodiest conflict as USSR was collapsing. Armenians, together with Georgians and Baltic countries, were the pioneers of leaving the Soviet Union starting in 1988. What was just that time, meanwhile, Soviet Moscow leveraged its resources in Karabakh by triggering a war, which comes to prove that the principle of administrative territorial division had been a tool or a slow motion mine. In fact, the Karabakh conflict kept both Armenia and Azerbaijan under permanent Russian influence, if not directly dependent on Russia, from Russia. For example, in 2014, Armenia's decision to stop the negotiations for association agreement was because of this conflict. And actually, Azerbaijan even didn't start its negotiations, though we negotiate for 4 years, but on one day, just the previous government decided not to go there. What we have after the devastating war doubled, if not quadrupled, Armenia's dependence on Russia. Today, Russian peacekeeping troops are in Karabakh. Today, Russian troops are standing on Armenian border with Azerbaijan and Turkey, as there is daily threats by Aliyev to start another war. But does Armenia has another alternative? No, in fact, no other option, no alternative is offered by any other country. Only due to Russia's mediation was possible to stop this bloody war. Not the EU, not the US, not the UN, but Russia. And this moment, Armenia's security in Artsakh are secured only by Russian peacekeepers and Russian troops. This is the reality. So this is a very tragic situation. While Armenian society for decades struggling, mainly Armenian civil society for decades struggling for democratic revolution, and we succeeded in 2018 with huge rallies, and this revolution was merely about democratic values, merely about human rights, good governance, justice, and fight against corruption. Meanwhile, as most colleagues from Ukraine often complain, Armenia also was left alone with its democracy or with its democratic values and aspirations. We were left alone with almost no support from any country throughout the war, except for France, but a ceasefire achieved through their mediation, however, was breached in 1 hour. Armenia was also punished for striving for democracy and its aspirations. And what we have today as a main narrative of Russian soft power spread in post-war are follows. Democracy is contradicting our national and state security, human rights, European values, and international treaties, conventions cannot protect us. Thus, we need a dictatorship to survive in the region, which is not true, but which is very influential for public perception, because Armenian society has passed through gross violations of human rights, violations of international humanitarian law, war crimes, and witnessing actually double standards regarding these values. During the war, I was on front line in my capacity as a member of parliament. For 20 days, I was working directly in front line. And when people living in shelters under heavy, heavy shelling, the first question I was asked as an MP, as a civic activist, as a human rights defender, was, where is your human rights? Where is EU? Where is UN? Why is the world silent when Azerbaijan or Turkey are using internationally forbidden white phosphorus emanations, cluster bombs against us, when our schools and hospitals were under bombing? Where is this human rights? And actually I have no answer. And at the same time, we were hearing from the EU statements about being concerned with the situation. And that's, yes, we are concerned that Turkey has brought mercenaries from Syria. Yes, we are concerned that they are using forbidden emanations. We are concerned, and that's it. This is extremely serious problem. This is totally not an accusation, of course, but if we are trying to understand how EU should work in Eastern Partnership countries, these realities are important to take into account. Otherwise, unfortunately, security is impossible to safeguard with various statements, resolutions, even more, when such statements are sometimes not commensurate to the situation in play. I will stop here. Thank you.
Diane, thank you very much indeed. That's really very interesting and profound, and you know, and I very much feel for your sense of abandonment by the international community in particular, and it does seem to me it's sort of just a latest in Armenia's rather tragic history, stretching back, you know, over 100 years now, as we know. And so I do understand that, even if I can't necessarily feel it in the way that you can personally, of course. But at the same time, I would just question for later, because I'm going to go to George now, but something to think about is this idea of a tragedy, and this whereby it doesn't seem to me that, I understand that Armenia obviously lost its territory, it lost the war, it seems to be the big loser, but at the same time, I can't help but thinking that you are the fragile democracy in the region, and you are, you know, Pashinyan did win an election, surprisingly to me anyway, he won an election having lost the war. And so, you know, there are therefore these bright points in Armenia's future that I can't necessarily see in Azerbaijan. So I'm not totally buying, if I'm honest with you, the total, you know, woe is me thesis that you have given. That's my challenge to you. Okay. Yeah. Right. George, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
All over to you.
It's quite depressing to listen to all these sad stories today, but I come from a country where, as very well it was sort of summed up by James, situation is not also very good, developing in the right direction maybe, but still there is a lack of this tragedy today that we have in some other places. How I would like to talk, we are discussing the vital interests for Russia, but let's also think about vital interests of our countries. Or I think for, I don't know about the leadership, but for the country, the vital interest for us is actually twofold. It's some kind of economic prosperity, so get rid of poverty that we still have quite. Unfortunately, being rich, like our neighbors, for example, Azerbaijan, relatively rich to us, is not a guarantee for another goal, which is democracy and sort of personal freedom, and things, unfortunately. For these two goals to reach, for these two sort of vital interests to some, you need some other preconditions. And one of the key preconditions is security. And here is something that, unfortunately, Georgia can speak about some kind of security in very short term, maybe a couple of years or something, but we have no guarantees against the future developments. And of course, here we come to the vital interests of whatever vital interests are of our northern neighbor. At the same time, taking into account lots of negative developments related to Russia, all the disinformation that we have Russian tanks about 40 kilometers from the capital of Tbilisi, which is not the case in any other country that we are discussing. So we have conflicts that are somehow suspended for a very long time, it seems. It's not right to blame Russia for all the misfortunes and developments, negative developments that we observe. And I think that it's important for us to recognize our own faults and our own deficiencies in what is happening. And here I first would like to talk maybe about some latest developments in Georgia that are sort of important and showing where we are moving. And maybe, if I have still time, a couple of points about how Russia and how the Western countries mostly, are influencing this. What are the interesting developments in Georgia? Of course, we had several important things. Just a few days ago, we had local elections in Georgia on October 2nd, which were won by the ruling party, which is called very romantically Georgian Dream. About 47–48% of vote, which was also the important issue because there was some kind of agreement between opposition and the sort of ruling party that if there is less than 43%, then some reforms will. Of course, the ruling party actually left that agreement for some pretext, and maybe it was never thought to be fulfilled. And there were many violations during these elections, but still it was considered to be competitive. So the problem was not that the elections were rigged. The problem is that although the ruling party is losing public support, it's losing some kind of appeal, alternative is not better. We don't have any viable alternative, and I think that's the problem for all of our three countries. Whoever is the alternative to the ruling party is either discredited or in prison in some cases. If you look at Georgian politics, and I think it was mentioned that we are some sort of not a linear process, you can see some kind of cycles. You have starting enthusiasm with the new government coming. You had that when Shevardnadze came after Gamsahurdia, who was sort of, and for the first couple of years she really carried out some reforms, and then, well, sort of more. Then you came in 2003, you have Saakashvili coming, and then again for a couple of years until 2006, from 2003, you had some positive developments, and the West would not really recognize or admit human rights violations and many other things. But then again we went down. We had this terrible war of 2008, and even if Russia would have invaded Georgia anyway, they could find some protect. It would not somehow make the Georgian government and personally Saakashvili as responsible for what happened and the scale of what happened. And then again you have this new leadership coming in a few years later, and again there are great expectations for a couple of years, and then we have this some kind of backsliding on democracy. But what is interesting, in all previous cases, when the ruling party was losing, or somehow, there was hope because there was some alternative. Today we don't have the alternative that is viable. You have Saakashvili's party that can get maybe 1/3 of vote, but no, hardly more, because we have already had them. In Armenia, like in Armenia, you have these old people. They can have some kind of portion of sort of electorate, but hardly they are rivals to Pashinyan's popularity for some time to come. And this time we don't have. My colleague mentioned autocracies in Georgia. What is paradoxical in Georgia? We don't have autocracy in Georgia because we don't have autocrats. We have very strange situation when two leading political figures were dominating Georgian politics. One Ukrainian citizen and some kind of official in Ukraine, Saakashvili, and another Ivanishvili, the billionaire in Georgia, who is now withdrawing from politics. So Ivanishvili don't really is interested in anymore to be very much involved in politics, and Saakashvili is in prison now because he violated. He came illegally to Georgia. He had some kind of, and I'm afraid he even didn't tell the Ukrainian government that he was coming. So it was strange. He emulated some kind of Navalny process, I think, coming to Georgia, hoping that the Georgian society will somehow protest, come to his, and a couple of dozen of people came to the prison to protest. So it's gone. And then we have the autocracy without autocrats. We have the government that is, as we say, they try to use the methods of autocracy, but there are no personal figures that could be legitimate leaders of the nation. And you don't have political parties that could really be viable alternatives for ruling party, which is strong and which is winning because the lack of alternative and because the members of the party are not gathered around some ideological or value system or something like that. They are mostly technocrats who wouldn't care for ideology, who would speak just to appease or to please our Western partners about freedom, free market, whatever, starting from Saakashvili or before that, about human rights, about democracy, but is there any real dedication to democracy or free market? I'm not sure. So we will only think that we were really sort of consistently following is pro-Western orientation, this Euro-Atlantic. But even here, when the West was demanding some kind of reforms in Georgia, and there was conditionality for some kind of loans that needed for this pandemic or some kind of recovering, it was more important to have your own people in some Supreme Court or anything than get some loan, and Georgia rejected, refused to accept the conditionality and the loan from Brussels. Now, what is the hope? Because this cycle that I mentioned, which about 9-10 years, is coming to the end. The ruling party is not popular anymore, but the alternative opposition as such is very fragmented. You have the main opposition behind Saakashvili that has no perspective of really winning elections, whatever they will announce themselves. But the hope is that some new alternatives are emerging during the coming years, and you have already the ruling party splitting, you have the Saakashvili's party splitting, you have unpopular leadership of current government, very unpopular, I would say, who are now the prime minister was a person very close to Ivanishvili, but on personal level he is not acceptable for the society, like which some taste of democratic reforms in Georgia, which is not to totally neglect. And so my hope is that there is some kind of emerging, like the former prime minister has created a party as soon as split from the ruling party, Gaharia, who has his own problems, of course, but still He is quite popular, has some support. There are some people splitting from Saakashvili's party, like this Renew. It's time, one of the small parties. There is some
just to get you to finish up, George, you were going to finish up just to push you a little bit on the Western outside actors.
Yes.
So just
now outside actors.
Up,
as I said, West is where we are, main orientation, and Russia is main threat for us. But again, blaming either one or another for it's not. What is the problem with European Union? First, there is disappointment because of very little progress in all this. We are very active. We have fought, in Afghanistan, in Iraq. Georgian military involvement was there. At least many people think that they are closer to the standards of European Union, let's say Bulgaria or Romania when they enter it. But there is a little progress there. And then you have Karabakh War, and you see that European Union is not really able to do anything for the key issue for the region, which is security. And then you have a backsliding on democracy, not only in the region, but also in the European Union, in some countries of the region. You look at what happens in Hungary, strange. You look at the emergence of new far-right parties in some of the most important countries. You look at the Brexit, you look at Poland, what happens there. And so this moral example, moral leadership, when the real dedication to being European, Georgians claim to are European, but this is sort of, I would say, transactional Europeanism to a sense. What could be done on the European Union? I think conditionality. It works only if the cost of violating conditionality are really much stronger than just rejecting it. If you look at investment, and everyone speaks about investments into Georgian economy, but look what the quality of investment is. It's real estate mostly. And real estate investment is not productive. It's not helping to reform your... And you have poverty. All our reforms actually forget about poor people. In Saakashvili's government, overnight, poverty from 33% became 27%. How very easily you change the methodology of counting, and then it's just over. And you cannot compare then because you have lost your tender. What European Union can do, I think this, as I say, they cannot provide security, unfortunately, we understand that. They cannot come to unity on the key issues regarding geopolitics and the European Union-Russia relations, but trying to use conditionality as really a realistic policy, trying to look at what kind of things for economic development. And you have to remember that speaking, I already mentioned that earlier, about creating the middle class, which is a solution for middle class will be supported if there is no democracy of anti-democratic practices, as we have seen in many places. So this smart approach to what you are doing, to think, to have better expertise, and to be more realistic in what they do, I think that's what happens. And Russia, well, we have Russia like, we cannot change Russia. The European Union can influence Russia, we cannot really change something. So we have to, in game theory, it's called game against environment. For us, Russia is an environment. European Union is also environment, and we have to play with what we have. Thank you, that's it.
George, thank you very much indeed. That's possibly the saddest story of all in some ways, because even though you talked about cycles, which makes you think, yeah, okay, so we're just going through a bad cycle, and what seems different here is that I suppose that Georgia has slightly fallen out of love with the European Union. It's realised that it's not an angel, that it's imperfect, and that it's frankly disinterested to a certain extent as well.
Sure. More and more.
So all of those European Union flags that we used to see flying around Tbilisi and get so hopeful for. I mean, it's just it's so sad because, of course, it looked like the progress. It was on this sort of, path true, and now, yeah. So I suppose the question therefore is You know, because it seems to me that you can't therefore win an election in Georgia when their elections are pretty good, despite the problems you said. But you can't win an election by being a sort of a liberal Democrat right now, and that's what we. But like I think you probably can in Ukraine, for example. And so if that's true, then you know it's a bit tricky.
But you can claim it.
You can claim it. Okay. So 3 presentations, good, true, sad, on an area which is fascinating and probably depressing all at the same time, and beautiful, of course. So I did ask everybody a question. Perhaps not so much you, George. I'll think of something. But can I get a sense of how many people have got questions before I come back to Arzu? And that's 1, 2, 3, at least 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't really want you to answer mine then, because I've got to get to the audience, in fact. So, who I saw here first. Maybe you can weave my question into your next answer. Okay. Right.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Maria Pallares. I work as a program coordinator here in Madrid at the office of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. So thank you very much for bringing in Madrid the reality of your countries. It's true that we don't hear that much of them here. So thank you very much. It was very enlightening. And I was very, I was very sad when hearing Gayan talking about how the international community has completely abandoned Armenia. And I think that, this is a reality that you're also feeling in Azerbaijan and in Georgia. So my question was, what are you expecting actually from the international community? More specifically from the European Union and also other maybe international actors that are present in your different countries.
On the whole region, or on Armenia, Azerbaijan in particular?
No, in all countries.
Okay.
Thanks.
My question is to Gayan. I was at the last elections in Armenia recently, and I was extremely struck really, by the fact that in spite of all the opinion polls and the experts' analysis that Pashinyan was going to lose, precisely because of signing the peace agreement, not the peace agreement, the truce, that he was going to lose. And every one of the people I have been talking to, absolutely ordinary people in cafes, restaurants, transport, everywhere, not only in Yerevan, but also in the south, where I was stationed, everyone was for Pashinyan. And that really struck me, and for 2 reasons, and all of them repeated the 2 reasons. One was precisely because he stopped the war, because there was this feeling that if not stopping the war, there was going to be a mass killing. And second, because of the reforms, of the changes, and people wanted changes. So my question to you is, don't you think that there is still, in spite of the sadness that arose from your intervention, that there is still in Armenia a real prospect for some democratic development ahead, in spite of all the difficulties?
Great, thank you, Carmen. That's like my question, but just much better put. So let's start with you, Gayan, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. Start with Carmen's question. Yes, we really didn't even expect that new government. Actually, I will just tell about the situation after the November 17, when Armenian government, with mediation of Russia, signed an agreement. It's not agreement, but an announcement which stopped the war, but also losing several territories. And at this moment, we have also a problem in South Armenia, just directly in Armenian and Azerbaijan border. This is not Nagorno-Karabakh, but the sovereign territory of Armenia. But still, we didn't even expect. And after this announcement, there have been lots of rallies organized by the opposition and also civil society demanded snap elections. So snap elections were in 2021, June, and these elections, we didn't even think that he will take the majority. The main polls were like 21 votes, 21%, 25%, no more. But the situation was that who was the alternative? The alternative and the main opposition were the previous two presidents and their parties. So people choose they didn't vote directly for Pashinyan, but they vote against these two and against the previous corrupt system. This is very, very important, and this is the only actually positive part that I can talk about Armenia, that yes, Armenian society still stick with these democratic values and still are thinking that, okay, we have lost this, we have lots of losses. There isn't any family in Armenia because Armenia is very small, and there isn't any family you can find that have any loss personally from their family, from their bigger family. But in any case, they think that, okay, no way we have to go back to the corrupt system. But what about the reforms? Because the reforms that have been proclaimed after the revolution and all this our values that we try to really do, because we really think that this is not our CEPA agreement, which is the main agreement with EU. This is not our task to do, but this is the vision that we are thinking that our country has to be developed. So judicial reforms, police reforms, and anti-corruption reforms, etc. But how much, in what extent Armenia will have opportunity to do these reforms if Russian influence has been doubled or even more? How much because of security reason, but how much Russians will not interfere politically? This is a question that we don't know. For civil society, because after my resignation, I went to the organization which I founded 5 years ago. We were under target, very harsh target, because of our values, but at this moment we don't know whether tomorrow will be like, will be on agenda like the foreign agents law. We don't know.
Diana, you've got a lot to get through. Yeah. Can I shift you on to taking on Maria's question on what to expect from the EU, because I've got to get through them and I've got to get back to the
what to expect from EU? Yes. Actually, the war didn't start just that day, because last 10 years we were hearing the rhetoric by Aliyev and also by Erdogan, very harsh rhetoric, every time saying that if this is not a peace solution, if the Karabakh issue gets not with peace solution, okay, we will take it with war. So this is not a new thing for international community, and there has not been any step in order to make him understand that the war is not a solution, that the war cannot be a way of solving this issue. While from our side, like in 2011, Armenia was ready in Kazan, Armenia was ready to sign the peace agreement, according which 5 regions, and then 2 regions were going to Azerbaijan, but Aliyev didn't sign it. Later on, of course, after the revolution, there were more expectations that there will be a peace process even further. Though the problem was that the opposition, the previous government, and also Russian soft power did...
The EU, we're still talking about, I'm trying to get you to talk about the EU, I think it was Maria's question.
Why we didn't do our task, okay, but EU, during the war, what we were expecting were sanctions. During the war were sanctions toward Erdogan because he brought, with Aliyev, he brought Syrian mercenaries to fight in Nagorno-Karabakh. So this is something that should be sanctioned, but there wasn't any real step.
That's interesting. Thank you. Same question, really. What can you and should you have expect from the EU, if anything?
And it kind of weaves into the question that you've asked.
Yeah, it is a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, there are a couple of things. One is on the issue of the dialogue between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Having been absent, more or less, for some time, I think the EU can take a more proactive role in bringing together the certain civil society actors, whether we're talking about people from academia, because there are people within the academia, both in Armenia and Azerbaijan, who are already engaged, have been, and are doing incredible work, and organizing really interesting research on this. Really interesting support could be extended to smaller groups, whether we're talking about LGBT groups, whether we're talking about feminist groups, because these are right now the sort of the emerging new actors within at least in Azerbaijan, who are doing incredible work, who are speaking on issues that long have been silenced, tabooed, and I think supporting that is really important and really crucial. Engagement, commitment, obviously, and realistic scenarios, right? Working with realistic scenarios. I think a couple years ago I was doing research on the role of international organizations that were based in Azerbaijan, that came into the country shortly after the independence, and who created lots of different projects and who engaged with the local actors on the ground. And then when the crackdown began in 2013, 2014, a lot of them left. You know, the foreign representatives obviously left, but then the locals stayed behind. And the research was mostly focused on actually speaking with all these international actors who were at some point engaged in the country and asking them whether they even had a plan. When they went into the country, and as they watched the country develop into a rather questionable state of political affairs, whether they had in mind some kind of exit strategy or safety net plan specifically for the local actors. And all of them said no. And so when I say realistic scenario, you know, we need to take this into account. The political landscape has changed dramatically, right, in the last 30 years. You know, we're talking about authoritarian technology, we're talking about surveillance, we're talking about social media manipulation, we're talking about trolls. So it's not just sort of the old type of actors that you need to have good term relationship with. So I think, you know, basing all of these commitments and engagement on realistic scenarios is really important. Threat model assessment obviously kind of goes back to what I just said. And shifting from short-term to long-term support mechanisms. And by that, I specifically mean supporting the project not with 6 months, 1 year, 1 year and a half grants, but something that's more long-term. So if you are a supporting local media platform or a media platform that's in exile, you know, giving them a grant for a year doesn't cut it for them anymore because they are also operating in an extremely challenging environment.
Very interesting, and you're right, it does indeed answer my first question as well. George, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to move on because you did actually, I think, address Maria's question in the last part of what you were saying in your initial remarks, and I've got a lot to give you. Everybody who's got a question, can you raise your hands, please? Right, it was back. So, sir, and then, yeah, at the front first.
Thank you very much. I'm Ilya Georgadze, Ambassador of Georgia, and I want to thank, of course, the organizers and the speakers. Although I disagree with most of what was said by George, but it's okay. That's why we are here to present our ideas. I have rather comment than a question to all of you. I think that we were mentioning all the different issues and aspects in the Eastern neighborhood in these 6 countries, and of course in Russia, but the very short and clear summary of all what was said is that on the one hand we have a giant, mighty, I don't know, some can call it bear or some can call it beast or monster on top of us, of all our countries, our big neighbor, and which is actually very openly tries to reinvigorate or put back Soviet Union and put in a number of times officially stated that it was the biggest strategy of 20th century, dissolution of Soviet Union. So his target and his mission is to get back the empire, which is impossible, I'm sure. And on the other hand, unfortunately, we have an European Union which is, mildly speaking, quite weak, and especially in they don't have the common position towards our countries, towards this, let's say, semicircle, which was considered before as a buffer zone between West and the Soviets and the Russia, and still I think it plays same role by both sides. So, and all of this, the weakness of European Union, and especially the common position towards our countries, gives quite a big, let's say, nice cards to the Russian elite, and what's their, it plays on their game,
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I will happily take that as a comment, not a question. And I think even if you disagree with George, I think we might agree with you on that point, on what you just said. So the people at the back who had questions, can you put your hands up again? I can't. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. I'm Felix Flores. I'm a journalist for La Vanguardia newspaper in Barcelona. On Armenia, again, even Gayan has almost answered every question about it. But I have to say, I'm agree with her that Armenians were abandoned, were let alone during the war by everyone. If we consider the dimension of the Armenian diaspora in the world, we have Armenians in the Americas, we have Armenians in the Middle East, we have Armenians in Europe. No matter who had the international law on his side, because maybe it was Azerbaijan, no matter that, because the conflict was, it is complex enough, just beginning by geography. If you look at the map, look at the history, etc., it's very, very complex. No matter that, Armenians were not listened at all. On the other side, almost no one in Europe knows anything, not a single word about Azerbaijan. They know that Baku is like a new Dubai, that there are F1 car races, stuff like that.
So do you have a question?
Question, oh, okay. No, the question is, the psychological burden on Armenian minds is huge. You have the genocide, you have the Nagorno-Karabakh issue, which has been fundamental on Armenian politics for so many years, and now you have the war that you lost. My question is, what will be the consequences for the new Armenian generations? Do you expect the youngsters to leave the country because the atmosphere is getting so depressed, no matter public in general are compromised with the democratic values, as you said?
Sorry, got it. Good question, thank you. Anybody else? Was there anybody else? That's great if there's not. Yes, Anna.
A quick question. If regarding the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, whether you could just give us some headlines about the role played by Iran and Israel. Thank you. And religion. I mean, Christians and Muslims.
Just that small thing at the end.
Yeah.
A little thing, religion.
No, headline. I mean, because Shiites
okay.
and Sunnis. Just headlines.
Yeah, thanks for that. What we'll say then is we'll go to Guyane, your popular Guyane, and I think actually it was a good question. Actually, bearing in mind what has befallen your country, you know, I mean, it's actually even before the war. To be honest with you, we were talking about, you know, Armenia's existence as a state. Is it viable because of the depopulation and demographic issues? But now, yeah, and the emigration, fleeing, brain drain, etc. So it is a serious problem. So yeah, that's a good one for you.
Yes, thank you very much. It is a huge problem, and we do think that the consequences of war still has to be researched, still has to be fully understood, because those who have injured directly during the war are about 10,000 young men. So with psychological lots of problems, because they saw so many tragic situations while they are about like 19 or 20 years old, no more, mainly of them. But in general, we have identical identity crisis, because after 100 years ago, after the Armenian genocide, we feel, and for decades, Armenians feel that they are a victim. They are a victim in this region. While after the first war, which we win, it gives this change of identity that Armenians could win, could take back the historically Armenian lands, the historical justice was rewarded. So this identity change now has been again has been blocked, so it has to be researched, and lots of
very interesting.
Thank you. And the other question about the Iran, Israel, and yeah.
Well, I was going to pass it to Arzu.
Oh yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
No.
Yeah, I mean, so Arzu, you know, bearing in mind that you're keeping people from coffee and snacks, which is my fault, not yours. Can you? And you've got a really simple question about religion, Israel and Iran. Do you want to just give us a couple of minutes?
I think I need to start by saying that Nagorno-Karabakh conflict was never a religious conflict, right? It was a territorial political conflict. So that's the first point I need to make. On Iran and Israel, Azerbaijan enjoyed really close ties with Israel for a number of years. This translates in not only military equipment that they've been purchasing from Israel in recent years, but also in the surveillance technology that they've been purchasing from them pretty much since 2008. Much of the technology that the Ministry of the Interior, State Security Services deploy actually are originally from Israel, or the companies that have ties to Israel. And the way Iran obviously sees the relationship between Azerbaijan and Israel is problematic. And I think the peak of tensions between Iran and Azerbaijan reached really just this month and a half. This week, Baku closed down the office of the representative due to COVID reasoning, which was obviously not true, because prior to that, the leadership of Iran made very heated statements about Azerbaijan being almost run by the state of Israel because of their involvement in the country. So making these elusive comments into the relationship between the two countries, which then translated in statements made by President Ilham Aliyev himself, pointing fingers at Iran and saying that they should know their place, because this is a really wrong accusation, and if they continue making these accusations, Azerbaijan will retaliate. But of course, we can't really talk about full-fledged conflict between these two countries, not only because it's not realistic right now, but also because of the ethnic Azerbaijanis who live in Iran and who make up close to 30 million population. So in the very few short time that I had, I mean, it's a very complex relationship. and also Iran's support of Armenia overall, and the issues that Azerbaijani government constantly has with Iran because of, if we're talking about religion, for instance, yes, Azerbaijan is more concerned about the religious influence coming in from Iran than it is concerned about the religious aspect around the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict.
Brilliant, if I may say so. So no time to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 minutes over your coffee time. I'm very, very sorry for that. But please, would you join me in thanking my most game and wonderful panel? Thank you. That was clever, to put religion into the previous answer.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Well, also, again, it's such a big topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for moderating.
Thanks.
Great. Questions?
So I would say we start. Welcome back after the short coffee break to our last session today. My name is Christopher Forrest. I'm the director of the Regional Office Dialogue Eastern Europe of Friedrich Ebert Foundation, based in Kiev usually. Our panel is called Rethinking the Eastern Partnership, Lessons for the EU. I think it may be a bit more technocratic than what we've heard so far in the beginning, just like the EU sometimes is. That's how we will start as well, but then I hope that we will manage to come to the practical policy issues in the second part of our question round here. I'm very pleased to welcome Ambassador Michael Siebert, Managing Director for Russia, Eastern Partnership, Central Asia, Regional Cooperation and OSCE at the European External Action Service. I think it's one of the most impressive titles I've ever heard. Previously he acted as the Director for Eastern Europe, Caucasus and Central Asia in the German Foreign Office, and before that as Head of Department for the Southern Caucasus and Central Asia in the German Foreign Office. So he's very much an expert on the region, and we are very pleased to have him here. And our second panelist is Stanislav Secriero. I will call you Stanislav because I have troubles with the second name. He joined the European Union Institute for Security Studies as a senior analyst in September 2018, where he covers Russia and the EU's eastern neighborhood. Worked before in various positions, among them as a senior research fellow at the Polish Institute for International Affairs and a policy analyst at the Open Society European Policy Institute in Brussels. Welcome, Stanislav. So we are now an all-male panel, and I'm sure the organizers are extremely sorry for that. The reason is that our third speaker, Judy Dempsey, unfortunately couldn't make it because she got ill. So on a short notice, we turned out to be all male. We have to deal with that today. I'm sure there is so much insight that our two speakers have to share that we will easily manage to fill the 1 hour also in this constellation. Since we are we are just 2 months away from an important Eastern Partnership Summit, I think it is important to start with the Eastern Partnership Program and with their technocratic background in a way, and talk about the lessons learned that is already reflected in the debates going on in this regard. We have, since 2015, had 4 policy areas that the European Union focuses on in the framework of this program: stronger governance, stronger society, stronger economy, and stronger connectivity. Now, we are going to have, according at least to the July 2021 Commission proposal, 5 so-called long-term objectives: increasing trade growth and jobs, investing in connectivity, strengthening democratic institutions and the rule of law, which generally seems to win some importance, supporting green and digital transitions, as well as promoting fair, gender equal and inclusive societies. I would like to know from you, Mr. Siebert, could you explain, the headline here is lessons learned. So how does this, what we are seeing now as compared to before, how does the current approach to the Eastern Partnership Program reflect that we have learned some lessons in the last 12 years since the Eastern Partnership Program was started? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christopher. And even if my first name is easier, you can call me Michael. I cannot do much against the all-male panel, but I may be able to do something against being too technical. Because I think we can all see these programs in detail in many informations that are available on the internet, the top 10 targets, the programs for each country in the Eastern Partnership. I don't want to kind of enumerate these things in form of lists, but maybe in terms of answering to your question, what would we try to change? You could also ask, is there something that we shouldn't change? And has the Eastern Partnership maybe also been at least partly a success? That's the first question, I think, going one step behind. And if we look back, as we have already done sometimes here, about 10 years, 10, 15 years when the Eastern Partnership was thought through and started, I think few of us would have expected at least some of the countries in the Eastern Partnership to stand where they are today, to be fair. Not all of them, and not in all respects, but I think overall the Eastern Partnership has stood the test of time and has brought many things that we now take for granted already. It is natural, it is human that we all look for the next bright and broad step to go forward, but the situation is difficult. I will come back to that in a moment, but overall I think the Eastern Partnership can be called a success in the sense that it has proven its worth. Why? Because I believe that it has contributed to substantially transforming at least some of the member states of it. The change in the countries has been much more accentuated than in the 20 years before, after the end of the Soviet Union, in my view. And this is not only, of course, the result of the Eastern Partnership, but I believe that the Eastern Partnership has really contributed to that in a meaningful way. Let me give you one concrete figure. I will not bore you with more, but when you look at the 3 countries that have an association agreement, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, the reorientation of their economy, and in the case of Ukraine, the figure is increase in trade with the European Union between 2016, when the free trade agreement came into force, till 2019. In 3 years, there was a 50% increase in exports to the European Union. I think in historic perspective, this is a big step, and it is indicative for the reorientation of Ukraine. And similar figures can be found for the other countries. Then a couple of years later, the next big step was the visa-free regime in traveling. I think when you look at the millions of people that are now easily going back and forth, not now because of COVID, but up to COVID and hopefully soon again. And we already have an agreement with Ukraine on the acceptance of the COVID pass, and we are talking about that with the other states. I think this human dimension, this people-to-people contact that has been established through this easy way of traveling back and forth has played an enormous role in the development of these countries. And then, of course, also a much debated topic recently is the question of reforms, and especially now of judicial reform. And with all the 3 associated countries, there are big debates about petty details, but very important details in forging a judiciary that is at the time independent, but also independent from the government, but also independent in their minds. I mean, it is so important to have judges who are not only independent by law, but who feel and are de facto independent. That is a huge endeavor, and I think I'm proud that I'm able to say that we are here having a push factor in the Eastern Partnership that helps your countries to go through this very, very difficult reform. And I surely acknowledge that it is a very, very difficult step. And at the same time, these debates and this kind of conditionality pressure that the Eastern Partnership puts on the countries is also, I hope, helping to establish a better, more self-confident, strengthened civil society and civil activism in the countries, which is again a very important factor for their development. Now, these days it's very difficult to devise something new that is overcoming the current problems that we are in the region. Because there are, of course, challenges like Russian interference. We have heard about that in the previous panels. There are other actors, of course. There are also, of course, the divergent tendencies in the Eastern Partnership region itself. I mean, this, some people call it the 3+2+1 at the moment. And what we are trying is to keep together these 6 countries that are at the moment having divergent orientations, 3 associated ones, pushing towards coming closer to the European Union, the 2 countries that fought this tragic war, and then the 1 country that, not the country, but the government suspended the membership in the Eastern Partnership, Belarus. So we believe that there should be a good combination of 2 things, keeping these 6 together. By the way, also in terms of solidarity amongst themselves. For instance, I can see that at the moment in Ukraine, there's not much understanding for Moldova and its problems. When I think of the River Nistru and the hydropower station, here we would like to see more solidarity within the group of 6. And of course, it is should be a ray of hope for countries like Armenia that has concluded the SEPA agreement and wants to become a society based on similar values as the European Union, but has, of course, not the possibility to fully do it at the moment. The same goes for hopefully democratic Belarus at some moment in history, although we cannot see the day very clearly yet, but this door should be wide open. And then, of course, all the countries suffer of the COVID consequences in terms of health issues and, of course, of economic consequences. So with all of that, our endeavor with the Eastern Partnership policy is to continue to support the core values that we all share in terms of democracy, good governance, and the rule of law. And we believe that these core values also help any country, same for the European Union, to be more resilient, to be more secure. I admit it's more like soft security. It is the European Union, we have to admit that, and if there are expectations in that direction, I admit that we cannot fulfill them entirely. In terms of hardcore security, we are not the right partner, but we can do, I think, a lot in terms of working together, exchanging our experiences and combating the attacks that are more and more at the center of security of our countries. Hybrid attacks, cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns. This is not a war, but it is a constant and I think growing threat to all our societies. And I think the fact that we want to emphasize in our cooperation with the Eastern Partnership countries this broad area of security questions is a very important and new factor. And I would like to, if I get 2-3 more minutes, come back to some questions from the previous panels and like to comment on them. Generally speaking, I felt a lot of disappointment with the European Union, or put it the other way around, I felt that the European Union was kind of made responsible here and there for developments that have not been ideal and should have been different. So I would just like to say that at some times it seemed to me that there was some kind of anachronism in these opinions. When I heard that, for instance, it has been a mistake to take, for instance, Ukraine into NATO and or European Union in the mid-90s, I just would like to remind that we were in a very different time then. There was no direct threat by Russia to anybody. Russia was coping more or less with its own problems. Not even the other Eastern European countries were close to being part of the European Union. It still was 10 years to go. And of course, countries like Ukraine were not at all neither willing nor ready to join the European Union. So we have to kind of be a little correct with looking back. Also, Minsk agreements. It's not directly the Eastern Partnership, of course, but it's an engagement of the European Union. And I just wanted to repeat some facts about the Minsk agreements. I see the problems that Ukraine has with it now, and as you said, Pablo, 75% don't want it anymore. But at the time, I think it saved a huge part of Ukraine from being also invaded by Russia, because it stopped the war at the time, and it was very important. Also, the sanctions against Russia that the European Union then took, they were and they are linked to the Minsk agreements. So before we throw them into the dustbin of history, I think we should be careful on that, because in my opinion, Russia underestimated the European Union's conviction to stick to the red lines and to keep to these sanctions, and we have prolonged them now for 7-8 years and will continue to do so, I'm sure, until Russia changes its course. And it has at least had the effect to prevent Russia from infringing more into Ukraine since 2014, in my view. Okay, maybe I leave it here and open for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So after all, not technocratic at all, actually. I have just one short follow-up question, because you mentioned differentiation and inclusivity, and said that what is now the official position, that both should go hand in hand. Do you think that is actually to some extent a lesson learned from recent years, that we need both of this?
Yes, you can call it that, a lesson learned. It's due to the development that I described, the differentiation between the six. And we have these three countries who want to go come much closer to the European Union. So, of course, we will allow them to do so. And it's something that both sides have to do in steps. And it should be complemented by the inclusivity of the six. What is clear is that we allow, of course, each and every member of the Eastern Partnership to go the way it wants. If you want to do more and come closer, you will get more. And we do not force, on the other end, those countries who do not want or cannot come closer at the moment. Good example was the CEPA for Armenia. We do not put our neighbors in front of binary ways to choose between a European Union and others. That is up to each and every country, and in the case of the three associated ones, it means that we are willing and able to offer more for more. Yeah.
Thank you. So we're coming to you, Stanislav. More or less the same question to you. Have you seen lessons learned that have reshaped the EU's neighborhood policy to some extent? And also, if what Michael Siebert has just said is correct, and there have been many things that the EU has actually done right and proactive, why has it maybe not been perceived this way in some Eastern neighborhood countries?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank for invitation and congratulate organizers for this timely and extremely important discussion on the Eastern neighborhood. You know, on my way to this venue, I've enjoyed beautiful Madrid, and I'm struggling now to focus on the topic of our discussion. But yeah, in order to answer the question, I think there are several things which are important to highlight. Eastern Partnership the beauty of Eastern Partnership, that this is mutually advantageous project. It serves Eastern Partnership states, and Michael described the benefits of Eastern Partnership for Eastern Partnership countries, but it serves EU interests as well. One example, the EU member states' exports to Eastern Partnership countries increased dramatically over the last decade, making all Eastern Partnership states the 10th trade partner of the European Union. What it means for EU member states, jobs and revenues into the budget. So we have to keep in mind that Eastern Partnership is not charity. It's a thing which helps EU to protect its own interests, but also to help neighbors to become more resilient, more prosperous, more democratic. If I look back at last decade, I think we can extract strategic lessons and tactical lessons. When I think about strategic lessons, first, for you, it's expectations. Yeah? Over the last decade, EU increased its diplomatic presence and economic foothold in the region. As a result, there are much bigger expectations in the region what EU can and shall do. The challenge for you, how in this decade, coming decade, to manage these expectations. Because these expectations facilitate EU transformative power, because they create demand for more EU, but if they are mismanaged, they will create frustration, and they will undermine EU transformative power. Second element, and I think it's really important for us inside the European Union to grasp the difficulty of political and economic transformations in the region. I think when we launched the Eastern Partnership, we thought that it will be a straight line, that it will be from point A to point B, towards the deeper democracy and more prosperity. It's likely we will see a progress, but it will be a zigzag. It will be left, right, back, forth, all these movements. We will have to have strategic patience, persistence, and to keep engagement in the region. And just we need to remember our own history. Transformations in the EU were difficult as well. They never went in a progressive line. So let's have this perspective in mind as well. I think we have a title which calls living in the Russian neighborhood, but as the previous speakers evoked, we are not living anymore in the Russian neighborhood. We are living in the multipolar neighborhood, where other players are constraining or diluting Russian power and influence, but at the same time they're diluting and constraining our influence as well. So the moment EU is thinking strategically how to develop a policy, we need to factor in not only Russian factor, but Turkish factor, Chinese factor. I'm surprised that nobody mentioned today China. And if you look at the example how China leveraged the deliveries of the vaccines and mask diplomacy to get some votes in the UN, you can already anticipate what is the perspective of the region in the coming decade. We also discovered that security interdependence, how the threats or what is happening in the East affects European interest as well. Cyber attack in Ukraine affected companies inside the European Union, disrupted completely the Meyer transportation company, and affected some pharmaceutical companies which were producing important drugs and vaccines. Yeah? So we cannot stop and say, oh, it happens in the Eastern neighborhood, it's not going to come to us. It comes because we are living in the cyber age, and we spend much more of our lives online than offline. I think one important element is about corruption and justice reform. I think justice reform is the mother of all reforms in these countries. If you do it right, it will have a cascading effect, transformative effect. And one element is that corruption is not only the problem of development. Initially, when the Eastern Partnership was launched, the perception was it prevents the development, it prevents investments. Yeah? But then in 2014, we discovered how corruption is an element of national security. Yeah? If you have corrupt people in the Ministry of Defense who are having cuts from the contracts when they supply defective munition, you have a result on the ground when you don't have a proper arms or weapons to fight this. as well in the security sector when police doesn't prevent the infiltration of a foreign army into your territory. So I think EU has to rethink a bit the approach how to support the fight with corruption and to support much more programs which are targeting integrity into the security sector of these countries. Something on the tactical lessons, but I will not go into all of them. I think we've discovered that after 10 years in the EU, they created a big diasporas, Georgian diaspora, Moldovan diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora, in Spain, in Portugal, in Italy. Yeah? I think one thing for us, they often people who would like to see changes in their countries. One, I think it's a special topic for brainstorm, how to reach out to these diasporas and how to use their energies in order to ensure transformations back home. How to reconnect them, how not to lose these diasporas, you know, and reconnect them back with the countries of their origin. I think EU as well, when it started the program, Eastern Partnership Program, the engagement was very much governmental based, yeah? I think what EU discovered over these 10 years is that civil society is strategic ally in the region. Yeah? They are providing very interesting insights to EU officials on the ground. They are super inventive. They come with very interesting ideas how to use conditionality in a smart way. And as well, every time you have elections and you have a pro-reform government, you have civil society entirely migrating into the government. Engaging today with civil society, you are basically creating the relationship with future governing elites. I think the last point, it's about speed. Yeah? It's not Europe's biggest advantage, the speed. Nevertheless, I've seen during COVID that initially there was a shock, there was an internal reassessment what we can do, and then I've seen a very active communication strategy and supplies to the region, masks, ventilators, accompanied by EU member states' efforts. Yeah? I think we are making baby steps in the right direction, but there is much more work to be done. Eastern Partnership is delivering, but of course, any Eastern partners, any EU are so ambitious that they would like to achieve much more. And for this, we will need to have this reflection of lessons learned and how integrate these lessons into the policies, that they are not only staying on the paper, but they translate it into the real actions in the next decade. I will stop here, but I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we open, two short follow-up questions. Number one, on security policy, you're also a security policy expert, actually, Michael Siebert, and you have both mentioned the increased efforts with regards to cybersecurity, and that the security dimension does play a bigger role. But I'm based in Ukraine, and the main criticism is always that the security pillar is somewhat lacking still. Where do you see the limitations, and how do you think the EU can deal with this communication dilemma that there are these limitations, and nonetheless this is a very big interest in the region and something that's always actually expected to be delivered somewhat within the framework? That's question number one, and I'm directly going to ask question number two so that we can open afterwards. Judiciary and corruption, there seems to be actually, I mean, at least reading the papers, there seems to be the lesson learned that we have to put a stronger emphasis on it, and that we actually have to take different approaches to some extent now heading up to the upcoming summit and to the next years. Do you think there are actually steps in the right direction now? How would you assess that?
I think I will start with this easy question: judiciary reform, corruption. I've read the document, and I think this was one of the ideas of civil society during consultations with EU, that we have to focus or switch the focus from adopting very modern legislation towards focusing on how it's implemented and monitor through different means in detail what is happening, to see what is the performance of the judicial sector and what are the perceptions in the society, whether it's a fair justice or not. I've seen it in the document, and I think it's a step in the right direction. And very much I remember the debate, and I remember that the origin of this idea was coming from civil society. And it's again, I think, confirms how it's important to keep talking to the civil society, at the origin of many interesting ideas. Second thing, what you can do more, I think there were positive precedents created in Ukraine. When you, via different means, was helping to reevaluate judges and prosecutors. It eliminates the suspicion in society towards any commission which will do this kind of evaluation, but also it gives to you a blocking power not to let corrupt people to get into the renewed institutions of prosecutor's office and in the courts. I think the next thing which you can do is test it in Ukraine. Let's expand and do it in Moldova because of window of opportunity opened after the double elections and presidential and parliamentary elections. On security, it's a tricky thing. I've seen again in the document that security dimension was significantly increased compared to previous documents. Yeah? The one published in July this year. EU, which is important, talks much more about cybersecurity, which is a really positive development. Sorry. Excuse me. There is a talk as well about how to enhance the combating organized transnational crime. And there is a mentioning, which probably it's for you to develop. There is a mentioning that we will consider ways to enhance CSDP cooperation. It's left like that in the document, and I think it will be for you to think creatively how it can be done. On my side, I would think how to use strategically European Peace Facility to do much more to enhance security of these states. As Michael said, soft security, but maybe the next step, progressive step, would be to address the soft aspects of hard security. And then I'm as well thinking how you can integrate these countries selectively in PESCO projects, using again as a conditionality. You want to join the PESCO project, please do some reforms in the security sector. So it gives to you an additional lever to push for reforms, and it addresses the demand of at least 3 countries to have a much deeper security relationship with the European Union. And I would place the entire debate about security in the whole European context, that EU itself is discussing how to become more autonomous security player.
Thank you very much. This was a rather positive outlook here on where we stand right now, actually, on the panel. So maybe the questions will be a bit more critical now. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Fernando Martinez from Spanish National Radio. I would like to, I'm here. So my question is quite linked, I guess, with the trade thing and security. If we talk about the hybrid warfare, and I'm thinking especially how these East countries can just get a more independence and more development if we have projects like Nord Stream 2 that just undermines maybe the independence of having, I mean, that can help Russia to, in any case, just to pressure through the gas supply or the pipelines to these East countries, not only East countries, but also for East countries from the European Union itself. And yeah, and just also to ask, since the European Union is the first trade partner from Russia, how could the European Union, or how far could the European Union get to use that to pressure Russia, given the moment? Thank you.
Michael Siebert, maybe directly?
Yeah. Somehow I had hoped to escape the questions about Nord Stream 2 when changing from the Berlin ministry to the EU administration. It didn't happen. But to jokes apart, I have to say that Nord Stream is not a European project. Nord Stream is a project by companies from many European member states, and it has to play by the European rules of the European energy market. and it will. I'm convinced. Otherwise, there are means. And the second question is about the repercussions that this project surely has in Eastern Europe. Nobody can deny that, and especially on Ukraine. The question here, or the answer here, is manifold. One answer is that the European Union has negotiated with Russia and Ukraine an agreement about the gas transit through Ukraine that is running now until 2024. And there's certainly the will of the European Union to again negotiate for the time after 2024. We don't know yet how the situation will be. We had the pandemic. We don't know how quickly the green project will develop, how much the demand will change. So we have to look at that. But also, I think it has become clear from many statements and also from the recent American-German paper on Nord Stream that in case Russia used this as a political tool, there would be a red line crossed and there would be a reaction in the European Union, and a very strong reaction. I think you can start from that assumption. I cannot tell you exactly if Russia does A or B or C, then the European Union will do X, Y, Z. But I think you can trust that there will be a strong reaction, and so far we are not seeing an indication of that happening. On pressuring Russia, it's a connected question. Yeah, Russia depends a lot from the European markets, and Russia doesn't send us LNG gas, so it's a fixed structure. So it is not easy to, from one day to the next, send this gas to whatever, China, Asia. So there is a structural dependency of the purveyor and the buyer. And it has most of the time, and also at the height of the Cold War, played in favor of this being a stable economic relationship from both sides. On the other hand, it is clear, and we said this in the joint communication by the European External Action Service and the Commission in June, that we made it very clear that the demand for Russian gas will be diminishing because of the transformation, the green transformation of our economies. So Russia should know, and I'm sure they know, that the impact of this gas export will diminish. And
you know, the situation in terms of energy security in this neighborhood varies from country to country. Azerbaijan as a producer has no problem with this energy security. Georgia being linked directly into the Azerbaijan pipeline and having hydropower, Georgia doesn't have big problems in terms of energy security. It had 10 years ago. Then on the other extreme is Belarus and Armenia, who basically have no other options than Russia. Armenia tried to build the pipeline from Iran, but Russia influenced the dimension of this pipeline and then took over control of this pipeline. And then we have Ukraine and Moldova. There, the situation is, it was much difficult before, it improved relatively, but still the situation has to be addressed in the coming 2 or 3 years. How? First, and in case of Ukraine and in case of Moldova, there are ongoing projects of connecting to the European electricity system, which means switching to the European standard, because they were importing before or connected to the Russian electricity system. So if this carried on and finished in 1, 2, 3 years, the situation will be much better in terms of electricity. And then I think Ukraine is much more advanced than Moldova when it solved relatively its problem with gas imports by ensuring the imports through European Union and not buying the gas for around 6, 7 years, I think. directly from Gazprom. At the same time, and for Ukraine and for Moldova, remains the problem of the price of the gas. Yeah. If you let the tariffs on the market logic, it's hardly how population can sustain and pay the bills, both in Ukraine and Moldova. The situation in Moldova is a bit difficult because there is a connection, the gas pipeline connection with Romania, but the station which is supposed to pump the gas in the direction of Moldova is not finalized. As a result, Romania doesn't have capacity to provide entire or to cover entire needs of Moldova this winter. And if Ukraine is in a relatively stable situation, although there are problems as well with ensuring power stations with enough coal, in Moldova this winter situation is much more dramatic because there was a hike increase from $250 to $800, which is not easy to swallow. And second thing, the contract or prolongation of contract is conditioned by some political concessions, yeah, demanded by Kremlin. And I think I see the role for you to play and help both countries to weather this winter, which I think will be very difficult. But you know as well much better because there are some problems inside the European Union in terms of tariffs going up and ensuring enough gas or electricity too. So we are kind of in this together, and there are potential solutions which probably might come as well from EU side. And in terms of EU-Russia trade, I think just important to highlight that from 2014, EU already uses trade tool in order to restrain Russian activities in Ukraine. Yeah? So we cannot say that EU doesn't leverage its trade connections with Russia in order to protect Eastern Partnership countries.
Thank you. Since I don't see any hands right now, I'm just going to follow up on this. Michael Siebert, could you maybe say a few more words about what strategic importance Russia generally plays when developing the future of the Eastern Partnership? It seems to be even almost automatic that the summit statement says that the Eastern Partnership is not directed against anyone, so there's always obviously the elephant in the room. How is this strategically approached in the coming years and right now from your side?
Yeah, thank you. The elephant is in the room, for sure, and we have always upheld this principle that you mentioned, that we leave it to each country to choose alliances and to choose its orientation, and that makes the Eastern Partnership so manifold. We have had a growing cooperation with Belarus before the last year's falsified elections and the ensuing developments that unfortunately led to the suspension now from their side. But Belarus never, and not even the democratic movement in Belarus now, showed an orientation towards coming closer to the European Union. We haven't seen EU flags in Minsk, as we have seen on the Maidan, for instance. So this is not at all an impediment for us to develop the Eastern Partnership with the country. We try to have tailor-made solutions, and we will continue to do so. The fact that the countries that now call themselves trio want to go quicker than others is of course favored by us, and we will find together with them the right instruments to push this forward. Thinking of more cooperation, for instance, in the digital sphere. One interesting wish is to have lower roaming fees, for instance. So there are still elements that we can do in fulfilling the association agreements with these countries. And at the same time, we allow any other country to go at the pace they want and can.
Please raise your hands. But otherwise, in the meantime, follow-up question again: what will these tailor-made solutions, or what do these tailor-made solutions for Belarusian civil society look like, considering that Belarus has actually declared to suspend its membership?
What we do is several things at a time. We lend a lot of support to civil society and opposition, and unfortunately we have to do it even more and more with the diaspora because people are forced to go out. But we will support and continue to support the democratic forces of Belarus. We keep Belarus high on the international agenda in terms of high-level meetings with Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya and other opposition personalities. And of course, we keep our very strict line vis-à-vis Belarus, and also, by the way, vis-à-vis Russia, who is supporting this development in Belarus, that the current repression has to stop, that political prisoners have to be freed, that the media have to become free, and that there needs to be a dialogue in the country between all parts of the society to come to a better way for Belarus. And for the moment when Belarus is able to go into that direction of a democratic participatory society, we have earmarked a big package of 3 billion euros to support economically very quickly any such new beginning in the country. This is the broad area, and I forgot to mention, of course, the fact that we focus also on holding those accountable who are perpetrating so many acts against the human rights obligations of the country, with mechanisms amongst member states and also international institutions to collect evidence and to prepare for the moment when there can be indictments against these people.
Thank you. Yes. Microphone, please, for translation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ana Alonso, El Independiente. I imagine if somebody from Russia, from the Russian government listens to you, it would say that it is interference in other countries' issues, yeah? How do you answer to the people who think that is interference?
I would answer what I've just said, that it is not up to us. We are making offers to countries for cooperation, but we are not forcing any country to go any way. It's rather, in our view, the other way around, that Russia interferes in these countries exactly by what it's doing in terms of the topic of our conference today, that Russia is not allowing the countries in its neighborhood to choose freely their way to organize their societies and to organize and find international partners and organize their security. So it's the other way around. That's what I would answer.
If I may add to what Michael said, I think first thing is that Eastern Partnership countries are knocking on the European door. Basically, Eastern Partnership is a demand-driven project. It's based on the fact that at various will, these countries want a much closer relationship with the European Union. Yeah? So I don't see where is interference. Second element, if I think how Armenia was pushed to join Eurasian Economic Union, this was not based on the demands of Armenia. It was based on demands from Moscow. Yeah. This would be my answer to our Russian colleagues. And the last point, if I look at the opinion polls conducted in all 6 countries, what we see is that among all international organizations operating in the region, EU has the highest trust among citizens, even in the countries which are part of Eurasian Economic Union. Yeah? Second element, citizens actually welcome EU conditionalities, so that the governments have to do reforms in exchange of financial assistance. It's not EU who insists on it. You look at the opinion polls, and citizens exactly this demand. You know? They don't want free cash for corrupt governments. They want conditions. This I would say to our Russian partners if they would ask these kind of questions.
Thank you. Then, if there is no more questions here, I would say we close. There is still a closing session afterwards. Maybe one very last chance, Stanislav, to reach the 1 p.m., but also because I'm actually really curious. You are advocating for more proactive EU foreign policy actually in the region. In the beginning, you have highlighted a little bit what has already happened and that not everything is so bad, but what would your wish list look like? What is actually missing? Where should the EU be more proactive?
Look, I cannot agree more with High Representative when he says that it's impossible to have development without security. I completely agree when he says it. At the same time, there are some limits how much EU can go in terms of security. I see this really crucial dimension for European Union in this decade, because if EU cannot help these countries to address the security deficit which we see in the region, they will be forced to see solutions in other countries with other actors. Yeah? And probably the engagement they will have with other actors will not generate perfect solutions for security problems in the region. And I think EU can be the actor which can address and provide all-encompassing solutions and sustainable solutions in the region. Russia thinks in terms of balance of power, as long as it can preserve it. But as we could see last year, this game of balancing between Armenia and Azerbaijan at some point ended, yeah? With dramatic consequences for both countries. Both lost young people on the field. Again, in case of Moldova, there were attempts to generate a solution to Transnistrian conflict, which was actually non-solution to Moldova, because it was leading to creation of a dysfunctional state in which Russia would preserve troops and political veto. Yeah? That's why I think it's so essential for you to be present and to push for agenda, because only you can address problems at their root and not only on surface as Russia tries to build new balances of power. You know? And I recognize it's a challenge, but I don't think it's impossible thing to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael, for your time. Thank you very much, Stanislav. And I think also, to the very last sentence, it is a great thing to have this kind of conference here in Spain, and that also actually says a lot about EU commitment for the region and maybe growing EU commitment for the region. So maybe that's a good sign. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your commitment and your extremely interesting points raised during this morning. and which have really enabled us to fully grasp what the realities on the ground are, and now with this very complementary last session, how the EU also interacts on the basis of what has been put forward so far. So for now, we've got to the end of the thematic conference that we've dedicated, and the discussions that we've had before the conference on what has been also problematized, and I would say when it comes to the title of the conference and when it comes to the perception of the region that we are talking about, bringing in clear visions on the diversity of the region, the diversity of the different countries, the different relations that these countries have, and the different level of the relations that these countries have with the European Union, the expectations on what should be done on the part of the European Union to stay truthful to the ambitions, to the wording of the Eastern Partnership in view of the December meeting. So all these aspects have magnificently been combined, I would say, between voices from the ground, but also observers and practitioners in both these countries and also the European Union. So I think it's been successful, but I think we're missing an important part here, and this is what we will be doing in the closing session. I will switch to Spanish now, que es darle la bienvenida, por supuesto.
And what we need to do is to welcome on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Spain, but also as a good friend of CIDOB, and someone who's always been backing many of our activities over the last few years, thanks to the support that the Ministry offers to CIDOB. One of the many activities that we carry out together is this, in the framework of foreign policy dialogues, where we try to analyze areas of interest for European foreign policy and Spanish foreign policy, and we try to analyze different scopes of action. Today we've been talking about relations with Russia and the situation in the area of vital interest for Russia. But in the past, we've also been talking about sustainable development goals, the geopolitics of vaccines, matters related to disinformation, many activities organized by CIDOB with the support of the ministry. As it couldn't be otherwise, the closing of this session is particularly interesting, not just because of the support provided by the ministry, but also because Federico Torres Muro, here with me, has been recently appointed General Manager for Foreign Policy and Security at the ministry, a role, a very cross-sectional role where he can understand the different regions and areas of interest for Spanish foreign policy and European foreign policy, of course. And prior to that, he would lead the department within Foreign Affairs dedicated to foresight, strategy, and consistency in foreign policy. Foresight, well, they were discussing what's the translation for foresight in Spanish. So, thank you very much, Federico. Congratulations for your most recent appointment, and take it away. Well, thank you very much, Paul, and good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank CIDOB for inviting me to close this seminar. One of Paul's colleagues and friends of both of us sent me a message a few days back because, well, he thought I had been promoted. And ironically, I answered, well, do you think it is actually a promotion to be the general manager of foreign policy? Now I have to move to implementation rather than considering thoughts. Well, jokes aside, I think I'm the same person I was a month ago. And the working for the foresight national office has allowed me to see firsthand the great job done by institutions such as CIDOB, which feed the decision-making process the way the Foreign Affairs Institute of Spain sees it. Foreign affairs in Spain are, of course, under the responsibility of the government. They design it and execute it, but we feed from these meetings and sources, and without them we would be blind. I would also like to thank the European Union for hosting us today, and I would like to thank all of you who have come here today enthusiastically and willing and eager to reflect upon a vital region for the European Union. The title of this seminar makes reference, well, there might be an underlying message, I'm sure, to the fact that this geographical area that you've been talking about is an area of vital interest for Russia. Well, I would say that it's an area of vital interest for the European Union as well.
I'm very satisfied of being able to share, even if only briefly, this event with you. You know that Spain bets on European integration process, and it does it also through the external service of the EU, making sure that it promotes the EU as a power, we could say, from a regulatory aspect even, and the establishment of areas of security and shared prosperity. Spain is more normally talked about when we talked about a neighborhood regarding to the south, but Spain, even though geographically may be far from the area of, from the region that you've been talking about in this seminar here, Spain also has a commitment with the European Union, and they also is also interested of the relationship between the EU and the neighbors of the East. I think that the commitment with neighborhood, properly understood, strengthens the European integration process, not just with regard to representation abroad, but also in terms of integration, because our neighbors or today's partners or counterparties could become, maybe become, hopefully soon, and when the conditions are there, they could be the members of the EU of the future. It is obvious that we need to talk about a specific player in the region, Russia, with its own interests, many times perceived as opposing the interests of the European Union. This opposition means that sometimes the relationships of the EU with Russia, or between Russia and the member states, are complex at all times. But there are some terms of reference that are very clear, at least from an EU perspective. They have been ratified in June, the 5 principles that I would like to remind you, even though you're probably aware of them. First of all, fulfilling the Minsk agreement as a precondition for any change of the EU position towards Russia. Secondly, strengthening the relationship between the EU and its Eastern Europe partners, as well as other neighbors from Central Asia. Also, strengthening the EU's resilience in energy security, so much in fashion at the moment, and that's been the subject of negotiations within the EU with third parties. This issue of energy security that is structural for all of us, but as the EU governments know, it's always subjected to important context pressures. that lead to energy price hikes that you're aware of. That resilience in terms of energy security is also applicable to hybrid threats. Fourthly, the fourth principle, cooperation, the selective cooperation with Russia in specific items of interest for the EU and for Russia. And fifth, last but not least, a very important principle that I'm sure was the subject matter of your meeting, which is the support to this civil society. And this is something that Spain has always promoted. We want to defend the right of sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the peaceful resolution of controversies, and we support the existing mechanisms for the settling of those controversies or those conflicts in the region. We are also in favor of dialogue, of keeping open the door of diplomacy in order to find areas of cooperation or channels of cooperation with Russia. The problems, the conflicts that may appear may make it difficult sometimes to understand each other, but it is exactly then when the diplomatic work is even of more interesting and more urgent. For this approach to be effective, it is obvious that we need to have unity at the heart of the EU. We need to have a common position that has been, that is of consensus to all of us, but that is based on the principle of loyalty from member states to what has been agreed. Despite our differences, as I've said before, Russia and the EU are joined by a geographical and economic reality, and we understand that also social reality. They are responsible of guaranteeing peace and security in the European continent, as well as being subject to the international obligations that come from their common membership of the OSCE or the Council of Europe, which, as you know, include respecting the EU Human Rights Court. There are cross-border challenges that also unite us, such as the fight against climate change, terrorism, or the proliferation of mass destruction weapons. And we are also joined by our economic activities. The EU is the biggest or the largest trade partner of Russia, and Russia is the fifth trade partner of the EU. Just like the EU has to strengthen its independence and energy resilience, we must also remember that foreign direct investments in Russia come up to 75% from the EU. The relationship with Russia is therefore, and at least we see it that way, a huge strategic challenge for the European Union. And we must not forget that our interests are, it's true, sometimes opposing. And therefore, we're talking about pragmatic, intelligent dialogue that is able to identify shared interests, but still has to be demanding. If there's something we've learned from the recent crisis in Afghanistan, is that the current international scenario is increasingly more complex and needs, maybe more than ever, to take into consideration all the relevant players, including Russia. Despite that, I can't conclude without talking about the need to strengthen the relationships between the Eastern Partnership and the EU. We took an important step when we created a framework, a multilateral framework specific, which is the Eastern Partnership, with the participation of Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and also with the participation, even though currently it's not doing it because of well-known reasons, Belarus. The objective was, and it still is, to accelerate political association, to deepen economic integration, and to foster citizens' mobility. our partners from the Eastern Partnership, or that's at least how we see it, have the sovereign right to decide what relationships they wish to have with the EU and with other international players. And our obligation as partners of those countries is to guarantee that sovereign right. In July this year, as you know, the European Commission published a work document to define the priorities of the Eastern neighborhood, bearing in mind the next summit that will take place on the 15th of December. The large priorities are framed within the title Recover, Resilience and Reform. The new agenda will therefore be structured around the pillars of investment and governance, and it goes back to the principles of the common communication that was published in March 2020: economy, good governance, climate, digital transition, and society. If we say that for the EU, the next generation EU funds have to be a green and digital exit of the crisis, it's obvious that our neighbors will have the same desires, and therefore we need to take that into consideration and make it possible. Also, there is an internal debate, as you all know, within the EU about the opportunity of improving the status of the countries that have already signed what we called the broad and deep and comprehensive free trade agreements with Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova, or creating a single framework for them. Spain will always support the maximum development of the possibilities offered by the current EU neighborhood policy framework, fulfilling the goals of what was launched in 2017 with those 20 goals for 2020. We trust that the new roadmap over the next few years will be set already at the summit in specific content and supporting the reforms that will be carried out by the partner countries. And it has to continue along those lines. The competitive advantage and the strength of the EU and its member states lies in having a clear strategy and implementing it constantly and in a consistent fashion. That consistency and continuity in time will be key to strengthen the relationships between the EU and the members of the Eastern Partnership. The European Union must not leave aside its responsibilities or forget its responsibilities for the benefit of shared prosperity and security of all EU citizens, and also of the citizens of our partner countries. I think I need to conclude, and I would just like to say that we have to be realistic, we have to be pragmatic, we also need to be sophisticated, analyze situations that may seem similar but that deep down are not. We need to be able to differentiate, but also we need to be responsible, accountable, because we are also, there are other things at stake in that area, not just the future of the EU, but also the stability of the international community. So thank you very much for having given me the floor, and I am at your disposal. And I hope that in a few months we'll be able to work more firmly on this. So this is just like a baby nappies, but I've been working on, I have quite a lot of experience, but I hope that I have taken on and conveyed properly the Spanish opinion on this topic, which for us is of great importance. Thank you very much.
Pues, querido director general, con esto.
Thank you, dear Director General. With this, we'll finish our conference, our meeting, in the intense work that we have carried out this morning, and also with the meeting that we held yesterday. Please allow me to thank
traveled from abroad and who came here to participate in this conference. Of course, thank also very much the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung for the support to this endeavor, and to the director who couldn't be with us, but to Maria in particular for all her support. And also, of course, to Carmen Claudín for convening this very good seminar, but also for the long trajectory in convening similar seminars. It's been a good testimony of the good network of contacts and relevant speakers that she is able to identify and to share experiences with, and it's really a pleasure to be able to do it from a small organization such as CIDOB, which at the end is a small organization, believe it or not. And of course also to the team who was behind the initiative, to Esther Masclans and Cristina Serrano who are back there, also to the technicians who were made possible the online event, but also the in-person event, both at the same time. Also to our simultaneous interpreters, thank you very much. It's always difficult to see that there are people there who actually make it happen as well and make it understandable for everyone. And a round of applause. And I believe I haven't missed anyone from the participants, but also a very warm welcome and thank you to those who accepted to participate, many journalists who are in the room, following the event, following what CIDOB does, and following the state of world affairs, which is not an easy thing. And they were present here and contributed to the debates and the discussion and the Q&As. And I think that with that, we can close it here. Thank you very much.